Good morning, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the music. I feel like I could just listen to the music and there's silence. It's totally different than like if there was nothing going on. So yeah, this music is a new feature. Good morning, Nicole, Josh, Magus, Opus, Zesty, Jack. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a good Wednesday and you've got coffee or tea or vodka or I don't know, whatever time of day it is in your part of the world. I should have like each of those set up so then I can just like whatever for the like I'm on coffee time. Somebody else might be on like the tea time zone. Somebody else is like on the whiskey time zone. And good morning, welcome. Let's see. Good morning, Pierre Luc and KJ. Good morning and welcome. I don't know if I can turn the music back on after I've like shut it off. I'm like looking at this. Nope, it just looks like autoplay. Good morning, One Existence. Sorry, Sinful, I forgot you were part of this. I totally didn't even invite you up. I'm gonna drink more coffee. I forgot I have all the power. Good morning, Rustan. How are you? Good morning, Sinful.
Good morning, Vanessa.
And I see Sam.
I need my ground dirt water.
Ground dirt water?
Is that what coffee is?
Yeah. Yeah, mine is weak today. It's like it was you could see through it when I poured it, and that's just not strong enough. But ugh. I need my coffee like cowboy strong, like where you put the spoon in it and it just stands up, and then that's like a good start.
Yeah, I had an early morning today, so I'm not the sharpest cat today.
Maybe we should just have a we just like randomly choose guest hosts, and so like right now like Rustan and Nicole, you guys just got it. You take over. Here you go. 1, 2, 3, go, and then they just have to like run it. Well, we just sip our coffee, and then in 2 hours we're ready to human, and then we can like hold intelligible conversation.
You know what? I too think that Rustan and Nicole have their shit together more than we do at the moment. They should take over.
I think so. Or KJ. Good morning, Madam S. Welcome. So I see on Parcel we have SRJH has joined us again. He was Guarana. His name was Guarana, like an unminted Guarana name. And I was trying to decide, was that kind of a kind of lizard? Because you know how like unminted or like default avatar names are usually animals like monkey or donkey. But is it Guarana or Guyana? Like I think it's a lizard from Australia. I remember the crocodile hunter always went after them. So I don't know, like SRJH, what did your like unminted name, what did it mean? What is a Guarana?
Tell us the deep meaning behind the unminted name and the digits behind the name as well. Like literally. Do they stand for a certain sequence
Oh,
that only a code that only you know, Josh?
yeah, I feel like it's deeper. Okay, a guarana is it's a plant native to the Amazon. Oh, Josh is coming up. Thank you, Josh. It's a plant native to the Amazon. It's a common ingredient of energy drinks. That's where I've heard of it before, but I think it was spelled different than that. Josh,
Yeah,
tell
honestly,
us.
I'm not sure. I did look it up the other day when I first saw it to see what it meant, and I came up with the same thing, the plant. But I think it's spelled differently. It like corrected how I spelled it, and yeah, I don't know. Outside of the plant, I have no idea what it means.
So, and I haven't seen that one because, like there's usually the common names. Well, did you choose that one, Josh, or was that randomly assigned?
Yeah, I didn't. I did not have a choice. It just gave it to me.
Weird. That I think we
Super
need
weird.
some
At, fir-
guarana today, like energy drink.
at first, I thought that Josh got his name stolen.
Oh yeah, thank God that's not the case.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I went to log in with my wallet, and it took me to like that page that it takes you to when you first like get onto Decentraland for the first time and set up your avatar and go through all the steps. And I just went through it because I don't know. I was just kind of not really thinking, and then it logged me, like loaded me in the world, and I saw that was actually I didn't see it initially. I think it might have been you or someone on Parcel at Stony's spot said it, like someone said it a couple times, and then I finally like clicked my avatar icon at the top and saw that it said that and was like, oh shit, they're talking to me.
And you're just ignoring them. So that's scary. Like, what did you think then when you saw it? Like, did you think right away that your name had been compromised?
No, it happened one other time, like probably 4 or 5 months ago, and it just like assigned me a different name and loaded me in with like a default avatar with like default wearables and stuff. And so I kind of immediately thought that maybe that was the case, and it turns out it was. A couple people said that there was like a weird little bug in Decentraland happening, and that was happening to a couple people, so that kind of eased my nerves on it. And then I went to Builder and made sure my names were still there, and I even tried to like reassign my name, like my what is that called when you like choose the name that you want to display for your avatar, and it wasn't selected, so I checked it and assigned it and tried to reload back in the world, and nothing got fixed. So it was pretty much like that for like I think it was 2 or 3 days, and then yeah, today it worked. So we're back in business. Let's go.
Today we are back, and so whenever you noticed it, that was at that Stony Eye event. What did you think of this week's Mo Beats episode?
Wait, what? Oh, that was
That's what the event was called.
yeah, that was the first one I went to. I think that was the second one, if I'm correct. I'm not sure, but that was the first one I went to, and I actually showed up a little bit late, so I missed a huge part of it. So I honestly have not got the full experience of the event yet. The next one, though.
Did you catch the part where Stony spilled beer on his keyboard?
No. That's terrible.
Yeah, he's like making this dope song, and all of a sudden it's just like, there's no interaction. And then Sultry's like, oh no, like he just spilled his beer on the keyboard. Like as he's making the song, you can see him like cleaning it up.
Oh no, yeah, no, I didn't see that. That sucks.
Yeah, hopefully everything was okay.
Yeah, I hope so. And I hope everyone is having a good day today. It's nice to see everybody in here.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. The name thing, I think Billy T. Coin has a name issue because he's like Bilbo Baggins. And I didn't know it was him, so I'm like, like getting ready to send out the free wearables. Like, Bilbo, are you new? So yeah. Oh, let's see.
I wonder if does the name Bilbo Baggins just assigned randomly to him as well? Because that's a hell of a name to be just randomly assigned on Decentraland.
I don't know. My guess is that maybe if he had the same issue as you, but he changed it but like not with a minted name. Maybe you could change it with an unminted name.
Yeah, I think there's like an edit option, like when you're already in world, like in the menu. I'm not sure. I've never really used it, but I know there's like a little pencil next to the name. Maybe let me try actually. Oh, it's not there. It was there yesterday when I had like the name with the numbers, but now that I switched it back to the minted name, the edit option is not there.
Rug.
Or maybe I'm just imagining things. Maybe I dreamed it. I'm not sure.
No, what is reality anymore? I feel like we've been in a simulation this entire time. Now I'm getting all philosophical
Hey,
and getting the tin hat on. So yesterday I was someone had shared some pretty cool information with me on the Decentraland the Decentraland Discord. PB had dropped a link to, I guess, where the foundation posts their open job positions. So, and also I was given a website to like send resumes in if anyone were ever to be interested. So let me know if you guys want this information, or I can point you towards it.
Yeah, that seems, Shelly, really cool. I wish Shelly would like Shelly like do that. I mean, I don't know who, but
I may have made some suggestions on who should take over some positions, Jelly, but you know, it'll all go into the ether, and we will hopefully Shelly will respond.
wow, that Shelly really sounds interesting. I wish I knew more.
Well, you know, community member, awesome person. Very helpful, very informative, hasn't onboarded many users onto our platform here, and most importantly, like, you know, has taken the time to sit down with musicians and get them all set up to perform on their first metaverse performance. So like, even that's like a big moment for like not only, you know, Shelly or the platform, but even for the individual themselves.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like the concept of hiring people already familiar with the platform. Like I'm just thinking, like, if you were going to hire somebody like a dev or somebody, you know, whatever, and they've never heard of Decentraland before, but they're qualified to do the job, and they come in, like, there's a certain level of time that you have to just take to learn the climate and the culture, but learn the nuances, like, oh yeah, you know, I just crashed, it's okay, I'm just gonna reload. And like, I think the concept of hiring from within Decentraland when there are qualified applicants is, I think that would really be a benefit to Decentraland, because you don't have to sell these people. Like, somebody might take the job and then like a year in be like, what, I can't deal with this. You know, whereas all of us, like, we're already here. We're like, yeah, we love the crashes, it's okay. This is just good life as we know it.
The crashes are part of the experience.
They are. How can we embrace the crashes instead of like hating them? Like, put it on a wearable, make it a drink.
Could like maybe Decentraland could like distribute a sorry you crashed NFT every time we crash. Party favors.
Oh. Hey, you know
keychains.
what? If there's POAP and then Shelly and it has the show app, then could we make a crash app and we just call it like the Crow app? And then you get a crash.
What do you think of the Crow app, Josh?
I think it's brilliant. I think I'd have to make new overflow wallets more often.
Or we could just like shorten it up and just call it crap. Like, yep, we.
There you go.
Oh,
Are you guys seeing the screen on the land?
the screen, I didn't change anything, and I'm behind the scenes trying to look at what is going on with it. But I don't. There's nothing that should have been changed.
Yeah, at least like on my end, I am streaming into like YouTube and Twitch, and those seem to be running fine.
I mean, not that anything ever doesn't go right in the builder, but I don't know.
Hey, cameraman's here. That's a really sick helmet. It's like a mechanical dragon helmet. Nice. I see the Shelly has come up to speak with us today. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, and I want to start by saying thank you so much to the entire community because wow, the love has been felt, received, embraced, and so appreciated. I'm kind of at a loss for words, so just thank you. And as far as the crash attendance token, it should just be crap. Like POAP crap. But yeah. So that was it.
Then we'll have to like get into this debate of how you is it you know, like POAP or Pope? Is it crap or CROAP? I mean, that is still going to like a deep philosophical debate.
Crope. It's a crope.
Can you imagine though, like what if those were like that would be, you know, you could get a POAP for going to a special event. I'm thinking like the first Moon Miner event has a Pope that is like super highly desirable. But what if you got a CROAP from that party? And then like if you were late to the party, you didn't get it. Like you had to be there when the crash happened, or like those could be really valuable. I mean, I think I'm really onto something here.
we're just spitballing ideas here, everyone. Feel free to like, you know, just take notes, create your own version, and yeah, just party. I see that Jack Frost has joined us in the crowd. How are you doing, Jack Frost? Very nice to see you, and probably good morning for you. I definitely wanted to you know, speak a little bit about Beyond the NFT on Monday because I thought it was a very, very good opportunity to meet someone and like a community member that has been around but I have not met yet, and it was just, you know, really cool to like just shoot the shit, go back and forth with him a little bit. And definitely, like, you know, opened my eyes to like, you know, have to like keep an eye out for people that are actually like out there making content and like speaking good things about the Decentraland, because it, you know, they should be rewarded.
Yeah, it was interesting, like and even just like the things that people maybe have missed since they've been back, like if they're active and then they took a couple months off, even just this summer, you know, if they come back, like all the emotes, like the sitting and just the different changes, you know, because so much changes here so fast. So it was interesting just getting like a snapshot from him of the way that he remembers Decentraland to be versus now, and like all the improvements and the changes that have been made. He
He was so he he was so excited when he found out about like the different emotes. Like in the pre-show call, we're chatting about like FTX and CoinDesk with their FUD article. The 38 was telling him about like the gang, the 38 gang sign emote that some degenerate I know made, and the bong rips and all that, and he was like, no way. He was like totally into it, like and in all honesty, like even with his like IRL occupations, like he kind of like is full-time in the space without being on the internet all the time. Like he's applying it to like real world like yeah he's he's applying it to the real world. Sorry, drifted away.
No, it's
More
that's
coffee.
cool. I mean, it's cool to see like what is that called? Like cross-platform, or like when people take things that they're doing in Decentraland and like make it relevant in the real world. Like that's pretty cool. And I mean, I think we need more of that, but like we need to do it like where you're bringing Web 2 into Decentraland, so that I don't know. Sometimes I ask myself like, if I could do it here, like why wouldn't I do it in Decentraland? I don't know. So yeah, even I'm rambling too, but even these Twitter spaces, like being able to put them in worlds. So we're like right now there's a couple of us on Parcel listening to, well, in theory we should be listening to it, but the screen is not working for some reason. But trying to find ways to bring the world into Decentraland to make it more valuable, like to be in Decentraland. Anyway, I'm rambling. Good morning, Jack Frost. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? GM from outer space. So excited that I caught you guys. I've got this on my calendar. Sinful and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I'm marking my calendar. Anytime I can be here, I will be. So I'm really excited to see you guys and love the conversation. Anybody that I have not yet met in the room, my name is Jack Frost. I'm an alien DJ and metaverse defender. I do metaverse concerts and build Web3 communities, and I see a lot of amazing familiar faces here. So great to see all you guys. And Shelly, hello. So good to see you always. I was just kind of reflecting on the conversation that I came in the middle of, which is Decentraland crashing and celebrating those moments. And, I'm proud to say that we've got some of those moments on our resume as well. We were doing concerts in, December of, really started in November of 21, but they started crashing when we started, getting more attendance. And if you guys remember, that was kind of the peak of the bull run for crypto as well. So, a ton of people coming into these events, and we used it as like a measuring stick for success. If we crashed the game, if somebody got kicked out of the realm, it meant that we had a great time. And I was talking with somebody that has not yet been in Decentraland, and there's so many people in Web3, so many people in crypto and NFTs, and outside of those circles, obviously there's more people, but there's so many people and so many aliens that have not made it into Decentraland yet. And I was showing them some screenshots and pulling up some video footage because I didn't have the computer that I used to actually go into the game with me at the time, and talking exactly about that, about how it's kind of cool when it crashes. And there's a lot of different kind of metaverse strategies out there. And just to get off on a little bit of a tangent, I've been building a document of my own of what our metaverse strategy is, and it definitely involves multiple metaverses, but with Decentraland being at the forefront of what we're doing in the short term and the long term. And as I was working through this document, I started kind of, I do my own research by going into Decentraland and hanging out with you guys and getting to know everybody in the community, doing our concerts and such. Quick plug, we've got a concert on the 17th at the True Band Room if anybody wants to pull up. Extraterrestrial Tuesdays is back, and I'm super excited about that. And thank you, Shelly, for the opportunity. But it was interesting. I pulled up an article about Decentraland, and I think it was intended to be FUD. It was like talking about the investors and kind of the growth of the platform and where it's going. And there was like this little asterisk comment about how many people at one time were doing financial transactions inside of the game on any given day. And I kind of thought that was funny, because how often are we actually doing financial transactions versus going in with our wallets as our identities and going and just having fun? And so I thought it was just a kind of an interesting metric that they were using to measure the I guess kind of daily activity. And I know we can see the reports on our own, which is always a lot of fun to check that out and see who's in what realm and everything like that. But love the conversation. Just wanted to come up and, say hello, shout out everybody in the room, and, add a little bit of interesting detail to the conversation if I can. So thanks for having me up here, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up, Jack. Super stoked to hear that what was it, Extraterrestrial Tuesdays?
Yeah, exactly. Extraterrestrial Tuesdays.
Happy to hear that they are back, because usually Tuesdays are dry as fuck, so we need some entertainment, we need some fun, and Jack Frost is here to provide for us. Finally, you are back. And I know, Jack, that you are, a busy person within the Web3 space. Could you tell us a little bit about a few of the Twitter spaces that you may host, or maybe even some of your favorite that you like to drop in on and kind of contribute?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So we have a weekly Twitter space every single Monday night that we've been running for. Last week was our 54th episode in a row. Every single Monday, and it's Metaverse Music Mondays. We started with that name because I never really looked at what we're doing with music in Web3 as being isolated to music NFTs. Music NFTs are a cool tool, and certainly have a very bright future. But I think of what we're doing as entertainment for the metaverse. So Metaverse Music Mondays. It's a little late for some people, but it's 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific every single Monday night. And would love to see you guys there. I've seen a lot of you guys there already, and I appreciate that so much. And then also some other notable spaces that I love to check out. The Underground Violet Rave, which Jaden Violet throws every single day, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific. That's heavily centered around music NFTs and kind of music performances. And then I like to spend a lot of time in the non-music spaces. I was in a space last night that my friend Leap hosts. It's a different topic, and I'm not sure if it's every single night, but the conversation last night was about smart contracts and royalty splits and building royalties into smart contracts as opposed to leaving it up to the platforms like OpenSea and that sort of thing. So I bounce around a lot. Another notable space that I really like is if you check out at the Miami Ape. Her name's Laura Rod. She's down in Miami. She's a Bored Ape. She's an amazing Spaces host, and she runs these awesome Twitter spaces as well that I always try to attend when I can. I think there's a lot of opportunity in just networking and getting to know people kind of outside of the comfort zone. And for me, the comfort zone is music, Decentraland, and kind of our alien community and our DCL community. So I try and branch out as much as I can. But if you want something you can 100% rely on and kind of set your clock to, or maybe even cook a turkey to it, we used to say, you can see us every single Monday night. Metaverse Music Mondays, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Thank you, Jack. If you have a tweet or anything you would like to share, just feel free to pin it up at the top. And welcome everyone just coming in. I see Poltradamus in the room. Welcome. It's very, very nice to see you. Everyone, please make sure to like, retweet the room, tell your friends about us. Anyone in the crowd that would like to come up and speak about anything, please just feel free to request to come up to speak while we wait. Or maybe I could ask Jack. I have a question for you. Or yeah. So I was jumping through like Twitter Spaces a few nights ago, and I came across a Twitter Space that was hosted by an individual named Kane Mayfield. From what I can tell from him and my previous experiences with him, he is like he's been here too long, he says. And so like he kind of is like very, very deep into the music NFT scene, and an account that was kind of calling themselves a Web3 music label came up to speak and like started explaining like what they do within Web3, at least like from when I was listening to it, not from a musician's point of view, it sounded good. Like, I guess it sounded good on paper, but Kane was not too into the thought and was kind of, saying that Web3 music labels aren't needed, and besides distribution, what would be like a use for a Web3 music label, and how do you monetize? So I guess that's a mouthful of a question. My question to you is, how do you feel about Web3 music labels? Do you feel like they're needed in the space? Do you feel like they may serve a purpose, or just some bunk?
Yeah, I think that's an amazing question. If you asked me this question a year ago, I might have had a bit of a more like kind of revolutionary anarchy to the music industry type of perspective on this question. And I understand where a lot of people's perspective comes from. Being a lot of people in the Web3 music space are anti streaming services, anti-aggregating services, which if you're not familiar with the aggregators, these are applications and companies that basically pull together all the music NFTs on various platforms and minting services and stream them and make those music NFTs available so that you can listen to them on an application. And then also, the labels. There's a lot of negative energy around all three of these categories. I think there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And I think a lot of the sentiment comes from Web 2 experiences having gone south, where you sign a deal with a record label and maybe the deal isn't what you want it to be. But even in Web 2, you signed that deal. You got a piece of paper and it had terms and conditions on it. And if you didn't read those close enough or get a lawyer to look at it close enough, then shame on you, is my perspective. I have my own record label, Jack Frost Records, that was more prominent in Web 2 than it is in Web 3, because Web 3 we've been doing it in much more of a community type way, and instead of building an arsenal of my own artists, I've been focusing on my own art and getting the Jack Frost music brand off the ground as the primary focus. But I think there is a place for Web3 record labels. I think if we're talking about the traditional model where the splits of revenue are heavily disproportionate to the label and not really taking care of the artist, I think that's where the question mark comes in. What are the intentions of the label and how are they looking to monetize, said artist's music? And are they a part of the Web3 community, or is it a Web2 record label that's trying to dip their toes into Web3? So I think there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. From my perspective, though, I look at it like this. Right now in crypto and Web3 and the NFT community, it's possible to win as an individual, and by winning I mean you can pay your bills through selling music NFTs and hosting events that generate revenue, enough revenue for you to support yourself and, excuse me, to finally achieve that dream that many music makers have of making money off of their music. So like that's like the seduction point of Web3 and music NFTs. But make no mistake, I mean, just like, you know, we've got Tiffany's and Starbucks and Target and McDonald's and Netflix and all these huge brands coming into Decentraland, huge brands are coming into Web3 music as well. And so I think in order for an artist to really have like a global reach in the next phase of this environment where, you know, the crypto markets are booming, Web3 music is more of a commonplace, and you've got, you know, artists that are straddling both sides, both Web3 and Web2. It's very hard to do all of that as a one-person operation or even a 3 or 5 person operation. And sometimes you need the firepower, the marketing power, you know, the financing and all the things that a larger business can bring to the table. So, you know, call it a record label, call it a rich uncle that's willing to finance your business, you know, whatever it is, you know, it's very hard to do these things on your own. And I see Shelly laughing, like Shelly was a huge and is a huge part of the Jack Frost story. You know, Shelly, Dino, Flip, D Fresh, First Lady of NFT, like we built an organization of our own. It wasn't necessarily a record label, but it was a unit with a purpose to say, hey, we're going to go and drive the Jack Frost brand forward. And sure, could I have done some of that on my own, you know, with a lot less sleep and, you know, maybe some more gray alien hairs? Absolutely. But I think you can get a bigger reach and you can cover more ground with a team. So I think there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. I don't know the exact context of the conversation, but I understand where some of those sentiments come from. And yeah, that's my perspective on it, is that I think if done right, I think there's a lot of power behind that. And you might see a Web3 music artist on stage winning a Grammy, or, you know, being showcased in a Web2 publication or on Spotify as a leading artist, right? And kind of straddling both sides. So I think, yeah, it depends on the goals, depends on the intentions. And if you do want to just stay as a Web3 artist, that's cool too. You know, you can have Web3's shown us that you can have a community of 100 or 200 people that are really big fans of what you're doing, and that can turn into a sustainable business. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Yeah.
So, one of the arguments that this individual had was kind of like the time aspect of things, and, you know, forming a team around the artist. So right there, you kind of like you kind of mentioned it briefly just now, that it depends on what the artist's needs are. And from there, you know, maybe a Web3 music label might be something for that individual.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good point, because a lot of the music artists right now in the Web2 scene that are getting picked up for record deals, many of them are driving their own marketing engines. And that's a big gripe of the music industry right now, is like, what are you doing for me, record label? I'm doing all my promotion. I'm doing all these, you know, I don't know, TikTok videos or Instagram posts and things like that. And that's kind of built in as the expectation right now. But what happens behind the scenes is like, you know, just to use a different business example, the reason why you can buy the same products at Target that you could also buy at a mom and pop store, and it's going to be more expensive at the mom and pop store, is because Target has a contract with, you know, these manufacturers and these product companies. These record labels have contracts and deals with these music distribution organizations. So I can go on and like Google how to get my music distributed at this, you know, music network in Qatar, or my record label has an entire department that could do that for me. I think that's where the work that people don't see getting done is very powerful. So yeah, it's if the record label's carrying their weight in terms of the work and pushing the music out there, and letting the artist create, it can be a beautiful marriage between those two groups.
Totally. And I see Shelly's hand is up. I was gonna come over to you and see what you think, since you are also around these musicians, and I'm sure you catch whiff of record labels.
Yeah, I think Jack said it really well with the, there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And the Web 2 trauma of the record label, criminalizing, like taking so much from the artist. And that's kind of what drove the whole music NFT movement, is to put that money back into the artist's hands, which I fully embrace. As an NFT, a music NFT consumer, I would love to see like something that combines all of those things, where an artist can list their NFT on a website or, a platform. And I guess we can just use OpenSea. Like if OpenSea had a music category, which it does, but I'm saying like a very specific Spotify style where I don't have to commit to purchasing, but I can just listen, and it's going to randomize and show me, or, feed me things that I might not have found otherwise, so that I can just shop while listening. I think that would be an incredible way to help new artists be seen. Obviously, what I do is provide the stage to, put them in the metaverse so that they can do concerts and market their music that way. And that's been greatly successful, but in a bear market, that's obviously difficult. But like Ash Orphan is a great example. He finally, after a year of doing shows, more than a year of doing shows in the True Band Room, he released his NFTs. And it was like, but he, and I love him, is terrible at marketing himself. He's kind of shy. He's a brilliant musician. If you own this NFT, you have rights to the stems, and they're all loops from his previous loop pedal. And it's gorgeous. It's beautiful art. I wanted to buy all 39 of them. And so I was like, okay, hold back, because that doesn't help him. But it's just one of those things where I'm like, how is Ash not being seen? And how are other musicians not realizing that for 0.03 ETH, which is like $30, you can have access to these beautiful loops and connect with another musician to have your own collabs and yada, yada. I could speak about this for forever. But I think, again, as the consumer, I would love to see an aggregate shopping platform that also allows the artist to retain their power, their contracts, their everything. So that like maybe just like OpenSea, you pay a fee to OpenSea to list there, but part of that is the marketing and the ability to just listen to playlists, even create playlists. It's just, again, the marketing.
It's funny as you're talking about that, Chili, I'm just thinking like, the small artists, whether it's like an NFT artist, like a visual artist or a musical artist, they have to be, first of all, talented at what they do. Like, they have to be a good musician, but then they also have to be like a promoter. They have to be like a visual artist. If they're making their own material to send out, they have to be, they have to have communication skills, because they have to be able to like, talk to people and make those connections. And it's hard when you're a small ant in like this big sea of the anthill of everything that you're saying about the music industry, and you have to wear so many hats. And I just think that like what you were saying, it really just speaks loudly to like, if some of us that our skills are elsewhere, like we can help, I don't know, like elevate each other, like you're so good at communicating. So like you taking that piece of the pie off of their plate and doing that probably has done so much, has pushed the platform so much further than you even realize. But I think that there's really like a lot of value in that. So it's really good, points that you're bringing up.
And, Jack brought this up once before. He had asked, does it bother you that you own this song as a music NFT, but it's also available on YouTube? Like, because I'm not going to, as the holder or the owner of that song on contract, I'm not getting any benefit from it being on YouTube as far as like royalties or anything. But I was like, no, I don't see it that way. I think that the more exposure that song gets, and if like, Snoop Dogg decides it's amazing, the value of my NFT goes up. And so again, I think that if a platform could show how many listens these NFTs are getting, to show like, ooh, this is popular, I should own it. It would just help the artist at the end of the day, you know, have some sort of measurable, like, do people like this? Or I don't even care if other people like it, but just help boost the appeal to own music NFTs.
Totally. I love that. And me and Shelly have had like so many in-depth like case study type conversations about so many of these topics because, you know, it matters, right? The perception matters in the space, and, you know, driving holder value matters when someone's collecting your music NFTs or your art. And, you know, talking about Ash, right? Like, Ash Orphan was one of the very first people to ever perform in the True Band Room. And if you go into a music NFT Twitter space, many people might not know who he is because they're not in that segment. They're not in Decentraland going to metaverse concerts. They're in Web3, you know, talking about music NFTs on Twitter. And, you know, it's all good. This isn't a bad thing that these worlds are, you know, kind of separate right now, but you'd hate to see somebody with such amazing talent and such amazing presence get overlooked just because they don't have that marketing firepower behind them. And I've been in Twitter spaces as well with large groups of music artists that are almost like, you know, pleading to the mob is the way I would refer to it, right? Like saying, hey, is there any way we could do this without having to, you know, market our stuff, right? Like they kind of, a lot of people just want to put their music out there and have it be heard. I get it, right? Many people are artists and not business people first. And so what better way to solve that problem than to have someone who is really good at marketing take that job and lead the charge and help get your name out there. I see a lot of power in Web3 community around media organizations, let's say not necessarily record labels, but, you know, like-minded media organizations that are saying, hey, we're going to report, you know, the news, we're going to talk about what's happening in the actual space and help broadcast these artists and their art and their work to, you know, the Web3 community. So I think, you know, that was something we were talking about on Metaverse Music Mondays this past week, was like, you know, make sure you're documenting what you're accomplishing in some way, whether it's a Medium article or something on your own website, or ideally through a third-party publication that can kind of put you in the spotlight a little bit, because everyone's working so hard right now in the space. And when these monster-sized organizations come in with their, you know, big budgets and their connections with all these publications already, it's going to be hard to continue to be heard. I love Ash's work, and like I know Ash really well, and you know the name rings many bells, and I think that's how it ideally it would be, you know, across more pockets in the space and Web 2 as well.
So what if there was a position that like a whole new concept within Decentraland that was started, and I'm just gonna hire Shelly for it because this is just a fantasy. But what if like Decentraland itself became somewhat of a call? So what if Decentraland became a platform for this, where if you're an artist that you come in and you play somewhere in Decentraland, you can apply to have your, you know, 3-minute music clip added to the Decentraland database of like Web3 music. And so they're almost like you would go through, like there would be added value for musicians to come to Decentraland because they can, you know, apply to be in this partner program or something. And then you have somebody like Shelly who's awesome at marketing this stuff. And then it gets, you know, it's like a win-win for all, because then it gets Decentraland on the map of like, whoa, where is this place? Like, oh, I want this music. It's Web3. I can only get it if I enter this awesome metaverse. And then, yeah, I don't know. Like, what are the possibilities? Like, since we're totally rewriting the rules of Web3, I just think like we don't even know where the rules end and where they begin. So I don't know. I could totally see this being something that would be the case, and I hire Shelly for it.
Oh, thank you so much. That's actually something I was thinking, like, how would this work? Because again, I'm not a coder, I just work with amazing people. But if it were possible, like, okay, Jack comes in, he plays a concert anywhere in Decentraland. It doesn't have to be the band room, just any venue. And as a result, one or any of his music NFTs are put into the Decentraland jukebox, if you will. And with that, every venue, anybody with a screen, anybody with streaming capabilities is able to then play that on Parcel. But how would that be monetizable? Like, could we track plays? And then is there a way to give that little trickle of royalty to the artist?
Well, somebody would have to pay something along the road. So either you're going to charge users to come onto your parcel where it's playing, or you're going to charge the landowner to have that. I'm just thinking, like, would I pay money to have a service? Like, definitely. Really, like, if we think about Decentraland, it is a silent world. Like, you walk around, there's no birds singing, there's no wind going through the air, there's no like cars beeping. Like, it's a silent world. We're missing one of the key components of life, and that's sound. So yeah, I would definitely pay for that, just thinking about it like compulsively right now.
Unless you're on Scott's land, or it was at CK. I was at ABC, and there were birds, and it was nighttime for me and deep winter over here in Montana. And I was like, oh, the birds are out? Like, what? And then I'm like, oh, it's Decentraland, you idiot. Like, I'm just so not used to hearing like ambient sounds. So yeah, it's definitely noticeable and needed, in my opinion.
There's background music. It's very pleasant, keeps me awake.
I love this conversation. One, I mentioned the aggregators, and I don't know how much talk there's been in this room already about the aggregators, but there's aggregators out there that are pulling all the music NFTs from certain platforms. It's not all platforms, it's not all encompassing. Some of them are on like an opt-in model, because some music artists got upset when they found out their music was being played and they didn't necessarily opt into this, but that's a whole nother kind of controversial topic. But there are aggregators that are working on this particular piece of making it possible for you to listen to music NFTs, Web3 music, in one place. The problem, and the reason why there's so much controversy around this, is because even though, like Spotify, for example, if you submit your music and get it distributed on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, like it's like 0.00001 cent for every 10 million streams or whatever ridiculous math it is, right? They're still paying royalties, they're still paying artists when this music is being played. And right now the aggregator argument is, well, we don't do that. And then the question is, well, why? And they say, well, it's either too hard to manage, or OpenSea doesn't track streams, or whatever. Like, there's a bunch of arguments against it, but it goes back to one of the points I made earlier, that is like, there's a right way and a wrong way to do these things. I think the right way to do these things is to pay back to those artists. If you're monetizing their music in some way, you should be compensating those artists for that. So I think I just say there's a solution coming. I know of some groups that are working on a much more mutually beneficial partnership between music artists and making this type of stuff available.
I definitely do like the idea of kind of like a Web3 Spotify. That actually was like kind of like, I thought I heard some talk about it back. Ooh, it almost feels like maybe like 9, 10, 11 months ago. I heard some like talk on Twitter Spaces about like the possibilities of a platform like that, and I feel like they were also talking about it like being a little more successful on Solana, but we all found out how later that year Solana like went offline like maybe 3 times and got hacked like 8 times, and you know how it goes. But you know it's safe though. The Solana people stand by it. Um, sorry. I kind of would like to like shift the topic here a little bit. Still, you know, music related, and a question for you, Jack. Um, what are okay? Would you think? What are your thoughts on providing the song's master, or like a portion of it? Not a portion, but like a share of a song's master, as a possible utility to your collectors? And I don't know if I'm referring to the right term, master as in like the original recording.
Yeah, this is a great topic. So, I have a couple different perspectives on this. Like, so I'll use a real life example, which is our very first music NFT drop, or very first NFT drop ever. Really was the Area 51 Space Pass NFT. It's an 8-song album, and you know, if you hold one of those NFTs, we say it's okay for you to monetize that music and art in any way that you want. So if you were to put this into practicality, let's say somebody went to YouTube and they uploaded one of these songs. I get a message, because this is how it works in the DCMA, you know, music world, digital content management music world. I get a message, I get an email from my distributor who, you know, helps keep track of all these things from an administrative perspective. And they say, do you give permission for this to be monetized? And I say yes. And so, you know, it's a real life example of us doing that in one model of saying, hey, you can take this and monetize it in any way that you want. I still own the masters, but, you know, we give you free and clear rights to, you know, build your brand off of this, create mixtapes, create remixes, things like that. Play it at a restaurant, play it at a club, play it at a wedding, whatever you want. And we're not going to come and ask for a dime. Now, the concept of taking it a step further and saying, okay, sharing in like the masters might look something like a percentage of revenue that is made from this song, you know, in some kind of period of time, or perhaps in perpetuity, gets shared by the community that owns these music NFTs. You might say, okay, well, what if they sell the NFT? Okay, so you kind of time box it and say, whatever revenue we make during this 12-month period, we're going to take a certain percentage of that and distribute that out to the community. I think it's a very powerful model, and I think it's a very cool utility. But in real time, how much money are music artists making off of these royalties in reality right now? And it's not very much, unless you're a major artist with, you know, Jack Harlow level distribution. The pool of money that's being split up isn't usually exciting enough, in my opinion, to make the administration of it worthwhile. But I think as the space evolves, and as the use cases become more and more common, where you've got, you know, decentralized groups monetizing these bodies of music, they're going to be looking for music that has those characteristics, where they can say, okay, if we play this in our club, who do we have to pay? And we took the concept, we borrowed the concept from the Bored Ape Yacht Club, because their whole model when they dropped their NFT collection was CC0, Creative Commons 0, which means that there's no copyright that they're going to come chasing after you for if you use a picture of your Bored Ape on the side of your business. And there's a restaurant in Southern California called Bored and Hungry that took their Bored Apes, put it up on the side of the building, got a line out the door. They have a line out the door for their food every single time they open their doors, and it catapulted their business forward. What it also did is it catapulted among many other businesses that monetize their Bored Apes, it catapulted the brand of Bored Ape Yacht Club forward. So it's a win-win, I see, in that situation. But I think it depends on like how much money we're actually talking about. I'm a huge fan of Blau. Blau's music is great. He's a great business person and a huge Web3 enthusiast. Royal is a company that, you know, specializes in this and sharing royalties of the music that they launch on their platform. They catch a lot of heat and a lot of controversy because people are saying, well, how much money is actually being distributed out to these collectors, and is the juice worth the squeeze, is the question. But I think that there's, you know, a lot of opportunity to do it right, and I think that that's an exciting utility. I'd be wary when people are promising a little too much, though, because like, let's say somebody's offering like lifetime concert tickets. Okay, cool. So let's say Jack Frost throws a concert at Madison Square Garden, and I'm promising, you know, thousands of people free seats. That's coming out, you know, that's coming out of somebody's pocket. That's probably coming out of my pocket to say, okay, I'm buying these thousands of seats for these fans that I promised this to, or I'm not living up to what I said I was going to do. And I'm never choosing option two. So just be careful, you know, when you hear some of these promises, to just make sure that there's something people can deliver upon.
Lifetime Muse with your purchase of a Mew, everyone. Oh God, I just ruined my brand. Thank you, Jack Frost, for you know, giving us the insight. I always like to ask the individuals that are deep in the music, the Web3 music scene, like these questions to see what they think about, like, you know, my question about record labels, the masters, and I have definitely learned a lot from you today. Lastrom, I see your hand is up. Did you want to chime in to something that Jack Frost was mentioning?
No, I just wanted to speak on something afterwards. I know I joined in the middle. Hey, everybody. It's great to hear about that stuff. And Madamus actually mentioned in our grant proposal Discord that you guys were talking about different, you know, media, audio, getting into Decentraland, and wanted to talk on Audius at some point. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm here and can chime in on that whenever. So.
Thank you, Lestrom. We're gonna. I'll pass it over to Pierre here for a second. I know they've been very, very patient, and then I'll pass it on to you. Is that all right? Or are you on a little bit of a time constraint today?
No, that's fine. Totally.
Thank you, Lestrom. Pierre, how are you? And very nice to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you as well. Thank you for having me on. And it's so great to see so many awesome people in this space, like CK, Shelly, Lastrom, and everyone. So yeah, it's great to see. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I guess I'll just go with my question.
Go for it.
Yeah, so it's kind of like for Jack and Shelly, because y'all talked a bit about this earlier, and I just wanted to know, like, in regards to like getting obviously more payments regarding like music NFTs and stuff like that, I think it's definitely more important. Not more important, but it's definitely very important as well to get like users to actually like listen to your music, right? And I was just kind of curious as to how you're approaching that, for example, through Enrolled, and also, so that's question number one. And then I have a second question, which was in regards to kind of like what you mentioned, Jack, of like being able to showcase your like what you're building and stuff like that. Do you think it'd be useful to do kind of like cross events of like people that are like trying to show music, as well as like maybe like other creators and stuff like that? So those are my two questions.
I love it. Yeah, thank you for that. And I just switched over to my headset, so hopefully you guys can still hear me all right. Awesome.
Loud and clear.
Cool. Perfect. Awesome question. Thank you, Pierre. I appreciate that. So for me personally, the way that I get my music out right now in Decentraland is through live concerts. We perform live concerts at primarily the True Band Room. Shout out to the Rockin' Unicorns, and shout out to Shelly and Dino and everybody involved. We've also performed at, you know, the Dollhouse, Parcel Party, Zetaplex, Sugar Club, Wisher Vodka. And, I'm looking to do more of these performances and get more of our music out there in that way. Another way that I have, in the works is, we're building our own venue in Decentraland and in some of the other metaverse environments as well, where this will be like a Jack Frost music experience, wherein, some of it is kind of, classified because, we want to be the first to do some of these things in this way, but creating a place where our NFT holders can go and access these unique music, both audio and video experiences inside of Decentraland, and have that be like what I would refer to as an immersive experience for these collectors, as opposed to listening to music off of OpenSea or, ideally through what Sinful was talking about, right? Like kind of the Spotify for music NFTs. So those are a couple of ways that I'm planning on doing it, and some of the ways that I do it right now. And it's interesting because I've actually had more success. Like, let's say, how do you measure if somebody's listening to your music, or if they actually, like, without being able to measure the streams, how do you know if you're being heard? And I've had more people attend a Decentraland concert and kind of remember the lyrics, or if I call out some of the lyrics on a tweet or something in our Discord, they remember them because they're in the room listening to the music and partying and having fun, more often than if they are just buying a music NFT. It's a really interesting characteristic of music NFT collectors, is that a lot of them are doing it for various reasons. Sometimes it's just for support, sometimes it's for community building of their own, but a lot of times people aren't really listening to the music that they're collecting, but when they're hearing it at a concert, the experience tends to be a little bit more memorable. So I've found that to be a great way to get your music out there, and also to test your music out a little bit and get a reaction from the crowd. If you're paying attention to the chat and seeing how much people are enjoying a certain song versus not, you can't really measure it by how many people are like in the room, because I don't think they're going to hear the music from outside the club and say, hey, we're going to come in and check that particular song out. But just like the reactions is a great way to test out music and figure out what works best for your audience. And then kind of expanding on that, how do you get other music artists' music out there? Well, we've had situations where, I'm a music maker, but I'm also a DJ. And so I'll offer up people to submit their music to be played in the metaverse at a Jack Frost concert. And I'll say, send me your favorite song, send me the song that you want me to play during our set, and we'll play that for you and get your music heard in the metaverse. We've never charged for anything like that. It's always just for the love of the community. I think there would be a future kind of monetization model for that at some point, but that's not really where our focus is. Our focus is around, driving the space forward and doing innovative things that leave a memorable impression on people that experience them. And so if you think about the metaverse nightclub experience, for example, and kind of that Jack Frost music experience, you could have a hybrid model. Let's say, instead of just a Jack Frost music only venue, you could have a venue that's like the Web3 music venue, and same type of experience. Go in with certain NFTs in your wallet, or maybe just curiosity in your mind, and go and move around from these different stations within the environment and hear different music, similar to what you would see at a museum. Let's say if you put your headphones on in a physical museum and you walk up to one station and it tells you about the saber-toothed tiger or the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it might tell you about Jack Frost over here and Violetta Zeroni over there and Domino and Nifty Sax and etc. So I think there's a really exciting future for all of these things. And, I encourage music creators that come into the rooms that I'm in to, just not forget about the metaverse. The people in this room spend so much time in Decentraland, and I think it's such a beautiful thing. kudos to everybody that's doing that. And there's so many people that haven't even set foot in the metaverse. The metaverse is going to need entertainment. That's like the primary thing the metaverse is going to need. It's going to have businesses already in place, as adoption grows and these organizations come in and build their own worlds, and there's going to be plenty of things to buy. But entertainment is going to be, the key thing that I think people need the most. And we've seen that with, just some of like the parkour games and some of the cool, movie nights. And we did some meditation sessions, just like things to do and things to consume. And I'm not crazy enough to think that my music is enough to carry that. So I'd love to have other people's music integrated to these experiences as well. So I know that's a long answer. And Shelly, I know the question was also directed at you. So if you're still, if you want to jump in and share any other details, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, I rugged as the question was being asked, so I think I can glean a little bit, but Pierre, would you mind just repeating for me?
Yeah, absolutely. And no worries, I get the rug part all the time, so fully understand. So I kind of like had two questions, where the first one was regarding like, how do you get like, what are the processes that y'all use to get more music in world, and how do you kind of like attract people to actually come to these events type things?
Okay, great question. So, as the manager of the True Band Room in Decentraland, initially I was just in spaces, pretty much like 9 hours a day. Every space I could find, I was jumping in there, more listening at first, just trying to understand what musicians were looking for, what were their pain points in Web3. And from there, we developed sort of this onboarding packet of like, okay, how can we get them in? And then what does that do for them? So the True Band Room and the whole Rocking Unicorn project is solely focused on support for musicians in Web3. And with the Decentraland venue, it's a stage that allows them to showcase their work, their talent, their personality. And I'm such an advocate for live shows. Recordings are fine, but it's not engaging. Anybody can watch a YouTube video. And now that we have this three-dimensional world where you can share that experience with other real humans in a space, live makes such a big difference. Because as Jack was saying, like if you're going to test out music, that's real-time feedback from your audience. You can talk to them, whether that's through the live feed itself or just in chat. But they're chatting in chat. If you're looking at it as the artist, you then speak an answer in real time. And it's what makes it so magical, because the audience is then feeding on that. Like, oh my God, this person's talking to me. You're 9 times out of 10 not going to get that at a live show in real life. So it's that highly engaged live experience that then feeds everything. It feeds the music, it feeds the vibe for the party itself. And ultimately, for the artist, it allows that community building opportunity to start building their fan base in an already onboarded Web3 environment. Because if you're in Decentraland, chances are you know what NFTs are, you have a MetaMask wallet, and it's easy to then make a purchase. So in addition, for our shows in the band room, we also, during the artist set, their NFTs are on display. And if they don't have NFTs yet, I'm usually in conversation with what that looks like and how to get that started. Or we are funneling traffic to their Web2 channels, like, Spotify or wherever they are trying to push. Like even a lot of artists don't have Twitter accounts yet, because Twitter is so Web3 that they're like, Twitter? Who's on Twitter? I'm like, well, everyone in Web3, so get over here. And so it's a great opportunity during your live show, like, hey, I'm new to Twitter, help, and people just rally and build that account. So for the artist, it's an incredible opportunity to build community, get that music out, have that live experience. And then for the people in Decentraland, it's also just a really fun party, a great way to connect with each other as the community and enjoy new music.
Both of these answers were like, I learned so much, and definitely going to be back in touch, because I'd love to learn more about True Band Room, because I think that's like, for example, the fact of like doing it live. And I'm also such an advocate for live shows, which is probably why you saw that I was popping Alpha by 100 sign. But yeah, I know we already kind of like over time, and I know Lastrom has something else to ask. So just want to say a huge thank you to both of you, and also to Kenneth and Sinful for hosting the space.
Thank you for coming up. It's very nice to meet you, and you asked like amazing questions. Definitely, like, you're always welcome back to come up and speak if there's anything you ever have in mind or any questions. We're here every Wednesday at noon. To anyone listening, welcome. I see a few new listeners. Metaluke, Mimsy, welcome. Agika, I see Unicorn down there. Much love to Unicorn. I was gonna. Maybe I'll come back to it. I had a brain fart. I was gonna ask you something, Shelly, but brain fart. So I'm just gonna pass it over to Lastrum. But before he begins, everyone just make sure to like and retweet. Tell your friends about us. Last time I checked, we had 39 listeners in this panel. So perhaps we're finally growing by one. Lastrum, take it away.
Thank you, Sim. So yeah, so Madamus brought me on, and kind of I was busy working and forgot that this space was happening. So thanks for the reminder. I'll keep it quick. Anybody that doesn't know of Audius, Audius, it's a decentralized, music platform built on IPFS, and so we're integrating Audius into our grant proposal Plaza, so that we're going to have a playlist, and playlists on Audius can actually have other artist playlists. And so we're going to use that as our backbone for media. So, we're in Web3, we're in virtual worlds. Why not use a Web3 streaming hosting service player for our content, right? And then what we're going to do is visualize, maybe we're talking about how to visualize on screen when the new song plays. Maybe a little info box pops, slides in from the top and says now playing, and then it slides away, right? And that'll be like a setting that you can toggle inside the Plaza when you're there. But taking a step further quickly, I've built a library for an audio playlist, basically an Audius player. So it's a DCL library, just add it to your scene, and you send in one configuration link to it, and it will play all of the songs either in random order or in just top-down order of that playlist on your parcel. And then I want to expand upon it and maybe have, again, options for the drop-down info booth, maybe from the top, the bottom right, like popping up on the screen and sliding back down. But just, again, highlighting Web3 platforms, Web3 artists, maybe traditional music artists getting on the Web3 platform. So just wanted to highlight that we're working on deeper audio integration into Decentraland.
That sounds really amazing, and it, like, definitely you just said it, like, it's very needed. We're in Web3. Why not have our own Web3 music player? So I have to say, like, keep working hard at it, and definitely keep everyone updated on the progress. So I understand that probably development is pretty early on this, but I'll ask my question. How do you, first question would be, do you see this being something where, like, musicians could submit their music to? And
So I forgot to mention, we have so many fun things planned for the Plaza outside of visualizing all of the marketplace dApps. We're going to have part of it being a contest. I don't know how you get entered into the contest, but submit your music or something, and we're actually going to have a community generated playlist as one of the options that you can listen to in the Plaza when you're going throughout and doing the other quests for the different factions that we have created, or you're just hanging out in the Plaza. You can actually choose that community sort of curated playlist.
Shelly?
Well, that was fast. Hi, Lastrum, and I think Audius is an awesome solution, but I'm curious from a coding perspective, do you see an opportunity or the possibility to ever track plays of music NFTs in Decentraland? Meaning, if we had something like a jukebox with NFTs specifically playing, Could we monetize that in some way?
Possibly. And so here's how. With Audius, we're 99% confident that when you stream an Audius file, the platform actually recognizes that as a play. And so you can actually get the amount of plays for every track. And so how we want to pay before you play that track, even though Audius is all free, however you want to do that, but definitely the number of plays is tracked in the Audius platform, which is great, and it's exposed to anybody pulling the information.
That's awesome, because ultimately, and this is probably like a way down the road once we figure out more of the technical aspects, but I think that from an NFT, a music NFT holder perspective, it would really fuel the ecosystem and the, oh gosh, my word just escaped me. The entire shopping experience for music NFTs, if holders were going to benefit, like if I own Jack Frost NFT and it's getting played and I'm benefiting from that as the holder, the entire, oh my God, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm so sorry, but the
royalty, is it, what
Ecosystem?
ecosystem, but with money. Like, what is the word?
Money system. I don't know.
Monetization? Passive income?
Scam?
Oh my
Scam?
God.
No, I'm kidding.
This-
I'm kidding. No, but you know what? That's great. So Audius, actually, you can lock down songs as private, and only people with a certain link can play that. So right there, you can have a server that somebody connects to via their wallet. The server checks if the wallet owns a specific NFT and can return to you that specific link to play the song. I think. I don't know. That's just like super high level, just off the cuff, possibly, but there are definite ways to restrict songs versus, Audius, everything's public by default.
That's interesting. Economy was the word I was looking for. Good Lord. Just the whole economy around music NFTs. It would fuel the purchasing and selling of music NFTs based on that popularity. Because if I hold this track that's very in demand for these jukeboxes or people wanting to play them, and I'm receiving a little bit of a royalty on that, as well as the artist, I think that could just really generate the whole music NFT economy.
And so with that, Shelly, just quickly, and then I'll be finished. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. The library, the code base that I built in Decentraland, I can now expand it further for a jukebox. So basically, Audius is the visual tool to upload songs and rearrange your playlist. And then in Decentraland, your scene with the code I created, you tell it what you want to play. And so if somebody is adding songs to the playlist while you're playing a song, like, it'll update in real time. So the playlist is always changing. So maybe you go to the True Band Room and you hear like 5 songs, but the next day there's 5 new songs. And so people will want to continue to come back. But for people at the True Band Room to update the songs, all they're doing is updating their Audius playlist and what is on it. And so it's all decentralized too, which is great. So there's no hosting costs for hosting the MP3s, right? It's all done on IPFS. It's really awesome. So that's what the My Code Base does, is it allows you to connect to a playlist, play all those songs, view who's playing, view the info, view the artwork, view the artist, and then you can visualize that in your scene however you want.
That's amazing. And this was probably answered already, but maybe I'll just ask just in case. Will the code for Audius be available on the Decentraland repository, I think it's called, the GitHub?
Yeah, I'll ask to put it on the awesome repository for everybody to use.
That is awesome. Or like, would you ever like envision like the actual Decentraland team implementing this as like just a normal feature, in-world feature?
Yes, there is a Slack channel with the Audius team at the DCL Foundation, and I'm a part of that. And so putting all of this together, it just made sense. So I would hope for deeper integration. Personally, I think the audio functionality of Decentraland needs to improve. Not the quality. The quality is absolutely amazing, actually. in Decentraland, but you exposing a little negativity. You can't seek a song in Decentraland, which is kind of unfortunate. So like the functionality needs to improve, not the quality. And that's actually being improved. It's on the list of SDK 7 as one of the feature requests to be able to play a song at a specific point. So we're going to get there. It's just not right now.
That makes me very hopeful for the future. You know, that even we have that in the works. And thank you, Lastrom, for coming up and sharing Audius with us. That's super exciting, and I almost wish I would have invited some more musicians and artists to come listen, so they could take notes on the gems that Shelly and Jack have dropped, as well as what's in the works for Decentraland from you, Lastrom.
Yeah, cool. Like I said, we'll be in your CBD Discord. Maybe I'll do a live session once I get it all buttoned up in the next few days here of how to integrate it into your scene and how it's possible, and then we can share that around.
Please do, Lastrom. You're always welcome.
All right, I'll step down.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Or actually, I don't know how to step down. Oh, here we go.
Shout out Last Slice. Appreciate you, Lastrom.
Sorry, I was going for the thumbs up and I hit the thumbs down. So just to clarify that.
So to clarify, you do approve of everything that has been said.
I do, but it looked like I was just kicking him out, thumbs down, go, step down. So I just had to clear. They should have a whoops button so that if you accidentally hit the wrong one.
Yeah, most definitely. So yeah, I would like to invite anyone in the crowd that has been listening. If you have any topics you would like to speak about, have any questions for Shelly or Jack, I'm sorry to put you guys on the spot. Please feel free to come up and speak. I think Oddjob is coming here to save us. And Seed.
Good morning.
How exciting.
Hey, good morning, Canessa. Good morning, Sinful. Good morning, Lastrom, Shelly, Jack Frost, everybody. I'm not going to go through everybody's name like I did last time, but that was a lot of fun. I wanted to highlight something that happened on Monday during the ABC tour. And it's when we were, what's the place with the portal and the bone fishing rod? I got to go back and check my feed.
Is it any magic?
Any magic? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Shelly. So yeah, we had about 40 people start at the clubhouse, and then we made a couple of stops, and we stopped by Any Magic, and Esteban showed up, and he's just kind of cruising around. He posed for the picture, but then I find out later that he posted a tweet, and I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to pin it up here because it's do you even realize how huge this is? And Canessa, when you see this, you're going to be so happy. Here we go. I'm going to pin it right now. So what it is, it was tweeted a day or so ago by Esteban, and he says some cool wearables around there, and it's like a solo highlight of Zom's avatar, and Zom is totally dripping and tricked out. It's like he's got a custom wearable for every single slot except for the mouth, the eyes, and the eyebrows. Everything else is like a custom wearable. So yeah, I don't know, is it pinned up to the top?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so what do you think about that, Canessa? What do you think that is?
I love it.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Yeah, so you can see their entire outfit, all of the items. So instead, what used to happen in the past is you click on the person, you click on their passport, and then you look at their collections. And then if they have like 500 CCC t-shirts, you got to scroll past those to get to anything else that's in there. So I don't know what this is called. I don't know like when it's coming out. Yeah, I don't know anything else about it, but this is just something that like low key got posted a day or so ago, and I'm super stoked about it. So yeah, just want to mention that.
I believe I had on that same Monday, I believe I saw a tweet from 044, kind of like he had like saw that Esteban was in World, and Esteban kind of like dropped the gem of like, I think what he was referring to it as is like a passport upgrade.
Well, yeah, it's
You know,
certainly an upgrade. Sorry, go ahead, Kanessa.
Oh, I was just
Certainly.
gonna say, I think that this could also be a really nice boost to the creator economy. Just like if you see somebody, with a hat, like I mean, it's hard to look wearables up. If you let's just say that you see like, well, Scott, your boots, like the purple boots, and if I don't really know you, I might not have the social skills to come up and be like, sir, where are your boots from? And they probably don't come up under like purple boots. They're like galaxy boots or something. So it's hard to find wearables that you're looking for sometimes. And so this could be a really good way of just being like, click on somebody and like look up what they have on, and then they can go to the marketplace and find that on their own. So I could see this kind of like boosting maybe sales to like older items that aren't going to be showing up on the recently listed wearables. So this could be really good for the economy.
What you're talking about, at least in my understanding, and we've had discussions like this before, either in this space or over in Beavers or even in Lastrom's Ask Me Anything from like months and months ago. And excuse me, it's social discoverability, where you're just in a social setting and there's that the strength of weak ties, right? We're just kind of hanging out, and you see those boots, like you said, the purple boots, the galaxy boots, and like Padmisa, yeah, right. So having something like that actually strengthens the social network within Decentraland, because if I can look up that information and I don't have to talk to you, that actually does create a connection, a social connection, because I saw you at the party and then I looked up your hat or your sunglasses or your pink hair or whatever, because later on I'm going to be somewhere else in Decentraland, and Mariana's going to come up to me and is like, hey, where'd you get that pink hair? I'm like, well, there's this baby doll, her name is Kanessa, and she was wearing this and I really liked it, so I got myself one. And then it's that 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon thing, where that pink hair makes that connection through all those different people.
I think we've talked about this in a previous space, but is there any plan to do an affiliate program? Like if I were to shop through Kanessa's wallet and she facilitated that sale, is there a way for her to get like a credit or some sort of affiliate monies?
I don't know, but I like what you're saying.
Boca,
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, Boca put forth a proposal for a referral program, and I think it's an amazing idea, and I really like your addition to that, Shelley. Getting what did you call it? Not referral. What did you call it?
Affiliate.
Okay. Yeah, that would be magnificent. I mean, Kanessa and Fancy would make bank for something like that. No, I think it's a wonderful idea.
It would also kind of strengthen the whole concept of, like, let's say, metaverse model.
For sure, like for any influencer, so to speak, that is rocking wearables. I mean, CJ, my goodness, anybody in here has a very beautiful backpack. I'm sure I've stalked most of your wallets, but Is Lastrom still here? I think he dipped out, but I was curious because it's similar to the Amazon affiliate program. You know, you create a custom link if you are a member of the affiliate program, and it's at no extra cost to the buyer. It would just be an opt-in from the creator. Like if I create a wearable, I would check a box like, yes, I want to be part of the affiliate program, in that if anybody shops through someone else's backpack, they get 10% of the sale, or whatever percentage is assigned at the time of sign up. I think that would be incredible for the economy, there's that word again, of wearables.
Well, I could see that being really useful with, you know, like when brands are coming in. I'm just going to use like Forever 21 as an example. Like that's a brand that I know from the real world. But the footprint in Decentraland, I like, in my opinion, is pretty small. Like they came, they published wearables, but they left, and I just don't see them like as you know, widely like utilized or like purchased. So I think that if let's just say big brands come in and they want to get their wearables out there, they could you know, they could sign up for this affiliate program. They could airdrop me all their I'm not like sending them suggestions right now, but they could just send me all their, you know, their catalog, and then I'd have those, or somebody, whoever it is, um, in the inventory, and I could see that as totally being a way of just getting more exposure on a brand, or creators. Like, I mean, people kind of do it anyways, so to monetize that, like, totally, I see
I
value.
spoke with Deidre. Do you know who Deidre is, Vanessa?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She's a well, I don't know if she's a Funko fan, but she works for Funko, and I'm a Funko fan.
She's definitely worked with them in the past, but I interviewed her a couple days ago, and kind of what you're talking about, and this works into what Shelley mentioned with the affiliate program, is companies having more permanency in Decentraland, instead of a one and done sort of thing. You know, if there's instead of a pop-up, I mean, pop-ups are great, right? You can come in, you can test out a concept, and then, you know, you're gone from rented property or whatever. But having something that's more permanent. But if you've got an affiliate program, you know, you could see, oh, last month 5% of our sales were generated through this decentraland.org. Does anybody know what that is? That sort of thing. It's like when you've got an affiliate or you've got a referral program, you can get the data to back up, you know, what everybody presupposes or what everybody's thinking might be happening, and you can see, yes, in fact, 5% of sales originated from this unique URL at Decentraland, or this referral code from Fancy, you know, came in and a bunch of people bought the pink hair.
Well, and I think like when Decentraland, the marketing team or whomever, you know, is responsible for that, when they're trying to talk to these big brands and make connections and bring them in, that's just one more added value that they have to present. I mean, in some ways, I don't know, you know, it's kind of limited of like, hey, why should you come here? I mean, big brands are coming, they're still coming in on the way, but having a little bit extra to present to these brands definitely would be an added benefit. Shelley, you were going to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, and the influx of new users that could drive, because if people are like, hey, by being fashionable and using your already built social platforms to market yourself, your outfits, your avatar outfits, and then you could potentially profit on that. Holy moly, we could get a lot of influencers into Decentraland, and then them marketing Decentraland to their audiences. It would be immensely, exponentially beneficial.
Yeah, Shelley, you have your, you know, finger on the pulse of that, like with what you've done in the past. That's actually like kind of mind-blowing, thinking about like, I don't know, like an influencer with a 2 million person following coming in. They probably come to Decentraland for a week or so and like wear their wearable around, and gosh, I mean, that could be so powerful to their followers, to everything.
Can you imagine a musician, an artist coming in and dropping a song on Decentraland as a Decentraland exclusive, thus driving, people to the platform, just so they can, I don't know, get access to this song, make the purchase for this song, whatever it is. I feel like that is where this conversation could lead in the future.
Wasn't there? I mean, that sort of already happened. At least when Björk was at the music festival, her video debuted at the music festival. Am I correct in that? I mean, it wasn't the single exclusively available here, but it was, an exclusive type event. It was the video. Am I correct in that?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure. That would be a good one to hunt down.
Yeah. Where's PB when you need him?
It's a cool idea too, though, just to jump in real quick, like in the PFP NFT world, a lot of music makers tap into these PFP communities by making like custom songs for those collections. So like, when Goblin Town was really big, people were making songs about Goblin Town, or Bored Ape Yacht Club, people make songs about that. I would say sometimes these songs are a little cheesy, and maybe not something that you're necessarily going to be, celebrating, in your personal life sort of thing, but it's a great way to kind of tap into the culture a little bit. And if done right, it could be really cool, right? Like if somebody truly understands the DCL culture and makes a song about Decentraland or about the community, I think it's a great way to get exposure on both sides, for the artist as well as Decentraland.
Bullish.
I mean, anything that increases the value of being in world, like I was saying earlier, if there's value for you to actually be in Decentraland, then that's going to drive the platform. But if we take these things outside of Decentraland, like, hey, come to my Twitter and, I'll give you this NFT, that's not nearly as powerful as like, hey, if you, like right now, like if you take a picture on my parcel and post it to Twitter, then I'll give you a free email. So I guess in my mind, I'm always trying to think of how can I bring the value back to actually being in Decentraland, like my avatar in Decentraland. And so I think like we need somebody to take notes on this meeting, Shelley. That was such a good idea. And Scott, so thank you for like bringing that up. And it's just a beautiful thing to see how like you posted that, and then we're like brainstorming and just kind of like organically coming up with this future utility that, I don't know, how do we make it happen, Scott?
Well, funny you should ask. And I've already talked about this before, and I'm finally getting around to it. But it's one of my projects to transcribe all of the Twitter Spaces, because it's a lot easier to search text than it is audio or video. I mean, I know that there are people working on that, but creating not necessarily a paper trail, but creating a record, right? So that once it's text and it's searchable, if a term keeps coming up again and again, like affiliate program or referrals, then you could link all those together and be like, okay, it was talked about here, it was talked about here, and there's little nuggets of information, for each of those, and you aggregate those ideas, and then you come up with a proposal or with an idea. We've a number of people have talked about creating a directory of all the places in Decentraland, and I know that the Decentraland places page has improved, but that's something that still hasn't been done. There was a grant that was awarded that never got delivered, and I just got fed up with it not being there. And I know that Peanut Butter and Shelley, you contributed some of the places, and UMAC did, and I know CK Bubbles worked on that. And I've mentioned this before, but it's like once it keeps percolating up again and again, in different places from different people, and we're all kind of thinking the same thing, I think it just takes the impetus of a small team or one person to be like, okay, let's just make an MVP. And for those of you that don't know, MVP stands for minimal viable product. So when you've got a startup and you're trying to prove a concept, a proof of concept is another term like that. So an affiliate program, right? What could we create as an MVP for an affiliate program? Well, we'd have like a wearable, right? You start with one wearable and you just make it a killer wearable, something that that everybody's gonna love. Let's just use Doki for an example. I'm not trying to rope Doki into this, but I know that she's super popular. She just celebrated her 1-year anniversary and she airdropped those glowing hairstyles, right? And I was super jazzed to see when that came out, because I'm just like, every time Doki releases something, I'm like excited. So we get Doki, we get something that it's only available through an affiliate program, right? So then even if you don't have any coding or development experience on how to do this, you can still socially engineer a referral program, right? Like, what did they do for referral programs back in the 19th century? Well, they had the Sears catalog, right? So something like that, to socially engineer the referral program so that we know, okay, Kinessa is responsible for 10 sales of the new Doki hairstyle that's the exclusive affiliate program. I don't know, maybe contact the people at Drawfo. I love using that solution for purchasing wearables. But yeah, there's a way to do it, is what I'm trying to say. And not having the development chops or not having all of the pieces of the puzzle isn't an excuse. There's always a way around it. Sometimes, I don't know, like when I was working in animation and production, it's like sometimes we could not create something in the scene, in the computer model, and then we ended up just having to go in and paint something on there frame by frame in post. So whatever you got to do to make it happen, so that when the client comes, they see, the magic glowing cube spinning around with their logo on it, and you had to paint 120 frames by hand. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you delivered, right? So that's my idea on how to get it done.
I like that, Scott. I think also it's something I've thought about for a while. Like a worthy conversation is also just like as far as the wearable market goes, like why would people even want to buy wearables? Like right now it's style, it's expressing yourself. Obviously I'm guilty of it. I've bought a lot of wearables. I'd like to support creators as well. It's my way of like putting money back into the economy. That's what I'm saying. It's actually just a buying addiction. But I would love to see more like fashion events, more fashion, just more emphasis on it, not just one week a year. For anybody that remembers, oh God, like totally blanking the name, the fashion show that was put on last year.
Summer Fashion Gala?
No, Hella Rich. I can't believe I forgot that name. It's one of those moments where your brain is just like, haha, I'm not gonna let you have the name. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Hella Rich, I believe, that put on the Decentraland fashion show last year. I think it was before Fashion Week, so it would have been maybe February of last year. That was a crazy cool event. It was the first fashion show I'd ever gone to. It was just the community, like everybody got to show off their stuff. I know there was one person, Fendemics, who like makes clothes in IRL, and then they also put clothes in the metaverse, and they got to show off what they had. Everybody could just wear what they want, and I don't remember if there were prizes or not, but I think that we also just have to like come up with more unique ways or like motives of why would you even want to have, like, why do we have cool wearables? Because I think in the depths of the bear market, we have to watch what we're spending our money on. And so if there was more of an economy, like a weekly fashion show where kind of like the quiz zone where you get this cool mythic wearable if you win. I just challenge the community, like, who's going to make this fashion show that if you win you get this mythic thing, and so that there would be more motive for people to be buying wearables and adding to the wearable economy.
Yeah.
I don't know. CJ, you got you mic off. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, you know, when you brought that event up, that was like literally one of my favorite events that I was a part of last year. It was Rich Homie Gang and Meta Party. We put an event together. I actually got to.
Sorry for misquoting Rich Homie. That's
Yeah,
what
Hella
it
Rich
was.
and Rich
You're
Homie
like,
sound the
Hella
same.
Rich.
I
Okay,
forgive you.
okay.
It's all good. But
Thank you.
it was like a really, really, really awesome event. It ended up going way longer than we expected. You know, we expected it to be like, you know, an hour tops, and it ended up being like a 3.5 hour event because there's so many people wanted to like walk the runway. And it was a really cool experience. But now with this passport thing coming out, I actually got to check it out. I got the link for it, and I was able to like actually like go back into Decentraland and then click on people's names, and like I was digging through 044's bag because, you know, he's always got like the craziest wearables on the market. But as far as like for creators, you know, I've been a part of the Amazon affiliate program before. I actually just re-signed up for it again this year because people keep asking me like where I get certain products from and stuff like that they see in my videos where I'm dancing and stuff. But it could be something as simple as that, you know, where it's just like a link that people can click on, and that can somehow make, I'm not sure how the royalties things can work in with crypto and stuff like that, but it would work like that where people can just buy something, and then let's say it was $20, you get like 5% of the sale or something like that. But I feel like, you know, like when I go to events a lot, I'm always asking people like, hey, what's that wearable called? What's this called? What's that called? And then I have to like go manually search it. But with this now, with having this this passport thing coming out, it's going to be so much easier for people to be able to just go and buy something that they like and enjoy to look at. But for me, even me being like, I don't like the word influencer because I don't like to influence anybody to do anything they don't want to do. But that's kind of the term that's been coined on me now, is like I'm a metaverse influencer. But I've gone to events where, you know, I've wore a specific item, and not just my own items, but, you know, I'm addicted to buying wearables too, you know me. But, you know, going to events and I see people like ask, like I've gone to an event before where, I don't know if you guys remember when that scorpion tail head came out, but I came to the event, I had just bought it on the market, and literally within like maybe 10-15 minutes, I saw the scorpion tail like multiplying around the party, you know, where people were just like, hey, what's that wearable called? Type it in the chat box, and all of a sudden everybody else around the party is wearing it because they wanted to go mint it or buy it, which I think is really important. And I mean, I don't know if you guys saw, but today there was an event early in the morning. It started like an hour ago. I think it just wrapped up. It looks like they're just talking through the chat box now, but there was an event today where these big streamers came in from, it looks like Mexico and from like Spain and a couple other places, and they had a huge stream event today. And, you know, there was like 150 people in this one parcel, like first thing in the morning today, you know. So to me, like when with this concept out now, with being able to like, when we're able to dig through each other's backpacks, or even like new users, because it was a lot of new users, it was people I've never seen before, it was a lot of people that had default clothing on, like to just imagine them coming into this and just clicking on my avatar and then being able to be like, oh, look at this, I'm wearing my my Mohawk skin right now, but being able to be like, oh, that's the DJ Track skin, or look at the accessories he's wearing. Or, you know, when you go to a regular fashion show, like in the physical world, I mean, you're showing off new things that just came out so that you can get to them early before the rest of the world gets to them. You know, like the whole purpose behind fashion is like to have things first, you know, and then it's like seasonal, you know, you get things every 3 months is like something new coming out. You got every 4 seasons that people just want to re-up their closet and throw away the other stuff they don't even wear anymore, or give it away. But, you know, I really think this passport thing is going to be a game changer. And like I said, if we can have some type of affiliate program around this, I mean, that would be something that just incentivizes, you know, creators to stick around, instead of like, you know, like you said, just coming around for one event and then you just never see them again. A lot of people are missing out, and like all these big brands are missing out. Like they're just, they have this hype off one day, and then it's just, you don't see them anymore, and then they lose the momentum. And a lot of people, I noticed that last year, a lot of companies and a lot of brands, not even just the major brands, but the smaller brands, are like giving up after like 7-8 months, or sometimes less time, or even just a year of time of giving up on them, not seeing much momentum on sales behind their products. And, you know, for me, it's like most businesses take 4 to 5 years before you get any type of return, you know. So I just really feel, I just want to encourage everybody out there to just not give up after like 1 month of having a wearable, or even 1 week. You know, like, it's just like you constantly have to, like, it's like doing sales, but like without it being so forced. It has to be more natural, and just has to be like something that people are going to actually want to like and buy, you know? So I just hope that, I encourage everybody out there to just not give up after a shorter period of time, especially with metaverse. Like, you can be in so many places in one day, you know, like when it comes to the physical world, you have to drive, you have to like spend all this time traveling to get from place to place. But in here, just being able to teleport from place to place is just like just undervalued and underrated to me. Like, I feel like Decentraland is just, there's so much potential behind what we have all building here.
Yeah, CJ, I think, you said something interesting about the wearables, and a couple, many parties last winter when a lot of people were here, like those parties, you would see somebody, I remember I bought like a zebra print coat, and then all of a sudden like Manowitch bought it, and you really do like, when you see what other people are buying, you're like, yeah, like I want that. And that's actually like, I mean, that's 100% like how, like with the baby dolls, that's all we started as. Like, we all just bought Tang's like pink outfit, and I bought the pants because it was too much money to buy like the top too. The top as well. I was like, no, I can't spend that much money. And so like that's how that group came about, and like what, the movement that, I don't know, like whatever we're doing now. I mean, it's funny because you don't know how that's going to affect the greater, Decentraland, or I'm thinking like Sinful's Mew Bubble, like iconic pieces like that, or Rustan's shades. I mean, everybody's got like these crazy cool wearables out there that, that you can have this little following after. And so I definitely think that we don't, it's underestimated, just the power, the psychology of it, the power of belonging. Like when you have that piece, and I don't know, it's pretty cool. And everybody, like, I love going next to people and like trying to totally dress like them. I did that to Artreyu once. Like, he was AFK, and like I tried to totally redo his look, and then he was like, "Why are you dressed like that?" I'm like, "Oh, oops." I'm like, "I'm you, silly." Scott, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, so just sitting here listening to you and CJ talk, I was thinking, okay, how might we come up with an affiliate program? So there's collections in Decentraland, right? And I'm just going to go back and use the Doki hair, right? So there needs to be, I don't know if Mitchie's here or somebody else from the curation committee, but there needs to be a certain percentage of variation from one item to the next to have it be, a separate, unique item. So it could be similar enough, but it would be, a totally separate mint. So, have a collection, have 3 separate items. And I totally get that this is, it's not a cheap venture, right? But it'd be $450, right? One for each. But you would have 3 metaverse influencers. So let's just take you and Sinful and CJ as an example. So you guys go to parties, you host parties, whatever. As you're out in the metaverse, you'd be wearing the Doki hair, the exclusive affiliate, referral Doki hair. And if somebody asks you for, like, where did you get that? I don't know. There'd have to be some sort of mechanic or whatever that, this is kind of where it falls apart. Like, I was thinking you could have like a QR code on the back of the hair, right? So somebody could just take out their phone and scan it, or whatever. But there would need to be some way for that action, that action moment. Like, what is the ask? What is the action moment for that person? And it's when they see the hair, they like it. So if it's you, Kanessa, they'd click on your link. It would go to your version of the Doki hair. And then you could just see through the sales, right? Who's got more sales. It could even be a contest, right? Maybe there could be a 1-of-1 that's awarded to the person with the most sales of the affiliate program. So just an idea.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I I'm not sure that I would. I like my pink hair. I don't know, like my style. Like it would be an interesting one to see how that affected people's behavior. Like, do they now wear those items which they're getting paid to wear. Like, I don't know, that just the philosophical, I think I'd have a hard time like
Well, you'd have to
actually,
have
like,
buy-in
repping it.
for sure.
Yeah, but I could have it in my like my backpack, but I don't know. I'd be like, I don't know. I like my look. Shelly, you
I'm
got
just.
your hand up?
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead, Scott.
Just to finish out, I would say, you know, I'm just using you as an example, and you're right. I mean, you would need to have buy-in, and it would need to be something that that the person, you know, believed in terms of the product. And, you know, let's make some assumptions, right? So it'd be frictionless everywhere else. It'd be something that you'd really love. It's something that you would want to wear all the time. That sort of thing. And yeah, it would need to be seamless, right? So if somebody wanted to purchase it, they wouldn't have to approach you, like what you were saying earlier, like, excuse me, sir, where did you get those purple boots? Right? They should just be able to passively engage and but have it still go through that affiliate program. So go ahead, Shelly.
I was thinking it would be cool to have like a list. Like these are like, maybe there's something that pops up and these are my 10 affiliate, like, I don't know, posts. Like I guess I just say that I have a friend who, you know, she has a pretty broad Instagram following, and so like I can tell when her posts are like, she's a outdoor hiking influencer, and then all of a sudden she's like posting a bunch of stuff about like a mattress. I think it's like the avocado mattress or something, and it's like, oh, this is interesting. So all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I don't know, it's like a broader conversation. Let's hope that this is a problem that Decentraland has someday, that we have to like decide which things that we're going to accept and which ones we aren't, because we're getting so many offers coming in. Shelly?
As far as with this new back, you know, if you click on an avatar in Decentraland and you can see what they're wearing, it's really that simple. And again, I'm saying this like I know what I'm talking about regarding how the backpack is coded, and maybe someone like Madamus or someone that understands. I foresee happening is we need disclosures, because the FTC monitors this pretty heavily in the US. You have to disclose at no additional cost to you. I might make money on this. So like when we were writing articles on product, that if you bought through our link, it would be no additional cost. We are just the portal through which you made a sale or you made a purchase. So we get credit for that. That needs to be disclosed. Like, hey, I'm writing about this product, and if you buy it, I'm going to make a little money. You just need to know that up front, so it's not shady practice. So that would be the only thing that I could see happening. Like, if this is implemented in any affiliate's backpack, it should say, I'm a member of the affiliate program. Just know that if you make a purchase, I may profit off of it. Something simple.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you bring up, Shelly. That's something that, you know, just through, you know, advertising different events that have come through, and like working with different groups that have come through, you know, we've had those conversations like, do we have to, you know, post that? Do we have to make that public if we're doing, you know, kind of like a promotion for a specific brand? And yeah, like thus far, I've not had to in any of the things that I've worn or, you know, hosted. But let's hope, yeah, like again, I hope we get to that point where we have to figure this out, because that would mean success for Decentraland. That would mean that we're getting to that point where we're getting in front of, you know, this many eyes, and it's just a matter of time. Like, I guess, yeah, we should like look at Twitter and Instagram and Facebook with a fine-tooth comb and look at all of the things that you have to deal with there, and then just figure out, how are we going to solve this problem in Decentraland? Like, how are we going to do this in Decentraland? And how to monetize, because ultimately people go where the money goes. I mean, the ones that are here, like, we're here because we love it. Like, I would go broke for Decentraland. Wait, I already have, but look, we're not the ones here for the money, but there are going to be people who follow the money, and so finding different ways to monetize it, like who was it earlier talking about, like, passive income from owning a music NFT. Like, I am such an advocate for passive income, because I think that is such a powerful tool. And so finding different ways that we can do that, or affiliates, all of those different components, I think that that will bring success here as well. And CJ, you've got your hand up.
I'm walking around Wonder Mine right now, and when you hover over somebody now, they glow blue, and the passport thing looks like it's been deployed. So just letting you all know, I'm not sure if I'm just late to the news, whatever, but literally, like, I'm looking at somebody, I click on them, and now I get a whole bunch of things, and you can actually click on buy right under the wearables now. I'm gonna test it, and it actually literally takes me straight to the wearables now. So
that's huge.
It actually took me to the marketplace instead of the actual wearable, but either way, it just at least takes you to the marketplace, which some people don't even know about the market website,
right?
About market.decentraland, because there's not really like a clear. When you go into Decentraland, you have to read all the fine print. If you scroll down when you go into Decentraland, before you click on the actual like link to hop into the world, you get to scroll down to figure that out. But now, like, I was looking at somebody for like this whole time while you guys are talking, I'm just like hovering over somebody, and I'm like going into first person, going into third, and I'm like, why is their wings glowing blue? What is going on here? So I mean, that's a big game changer. But even in general, like when it comes to like, you know, being an influencer, like in the Web 2 world, you know, when it comes to like having a link tree or having a Beacons link, like I use Beacons because it's just easier for me to use. I used Linktree for a while, but I switched over to Beacons, which is pretty much the same thing. But just having that in your profile, then like you can have, like, I know there's no clickable links from avatars, like as far as like being able to click on a separate link that you put inside your like your passport or whatever. But now, and that's kind of going to be it's a kind of conflict, because you don't want people to put malicious links inside their own bio. You know, like it's kind of like the part where you have to like learn to trust somebody that you're actually buying something from. But I feel like this right here is just really, really cool, because I mean, this is probably why things have been so crazy lately with as far as glitching goes and freezing and everything like that, because it's a huge change, I think. But yeah, I think like that's just going to make it so easy. Like if there is an affiliate program, whenever that does get put out, if it does end up getting put out, having a link in your bio that like takes you directly to the marketplace, that has some type of like royalties behind it. But you got to remember too, like another thing with that is like Shelly said, the SEC's watching everything like hawks. They're always going to be around, and they're always going to try to like have their hands inside of anything that generates money, or like even passive income is considered almost a crime at this point. I mean, it is a crime for some companies that, if you look back and zoom out on last year's PFP projects, a lot of them are dealing with, you know, getting sued now for that type of stuff. But I feel like, you know, just being a part of Amazon's and experiencing it already for myself and seeing how that works. Basically what it is like, let's say somebody saw a product in my house, like they see the neon lights on my walls, and they're like, hey, I want that Saturn that's hanging on your wall. Where do I get it from? Not only when they click on that link, if they buy that product, you get the commission from it. But if they buy anything within 24 hours after clicking that link, you actually get a piece of that sale too. So that could be that. It's not like all this stuff hasn't been done yet. Now it's just a matter of like figuring out which one's been doing it the best. And to me, Amazon is one of the top ones. I mean, yeah, every company's losing money right now, but like as far as like the ease of it, like all I had to do was download, like this year, all I had to do was download a toolbar to my my like a Chrome extension or a Brave extension, and then atop of my browser, it's just like as easy as pressing copy link, pasting it to the person who asked me for that light, and then they go and buy it, and then you immediately see if they buy it, and anything else they bought, it actually shows you what they ended up buying over the next 24 hours. But I feel like that would be a game changer. But I'm telling you guys, like just being able to click on somebody now and do this, like, oh, you thought I was addicted to wearables before, but Now I don't have to go ask everybody what they have on anymore. Oh, it's a wrap. I'm gonna go crazy this year. I actually haven't bought anything since my wallet got hacked because I'm still like doing a lot of transferring and a lot of like, you know, it's a headache doing that alone. But once I get more mana back in my wallet, you guys, if you guys thought last year I was supporting a lot, I mean, this year I'm gonna go 10 times harder now because this is so freaking cool. Now, the fact that we all glow blue now is gonna be crazy. It's so simple, but I love it.
Thank you, CJ, for like bringing up the whole passport update. Now it all makes sense because the Decentraland has been janky as fuck for like the last like 24 hours. And usually it happens whenever they're trying to push an update like that, they just break everything, and then, you know, eventually they will fix it. Like currently, if you're looking at my Twitch stream, I am currently refreshing every 5 seconds, and this is not me refreshing. This is just the Decentraland refreshing. So, you know, if there's anyone in the crowd that is the code guy, these issues are happening, I am reporting. Uh, and I see that Seed has their hand up. Welcome, and how are you today?
Hey everyone, it's Madamus. Doing good. Hopefully,
Oh my God.
for everyone else. Surprise. Yeah, I won't get too lost in all these shout outs. It's good to see everyone here. Lots of familiar faces. I just wanted to say thanks for everyone's support so far on our POI Star proposal. It's really appreciated to have, you know, the support of community members, you know, that we see every day and that we're building for. Yeah, great conversation so far. I love all these talks of the affiliate programs and stuff. Something I definitely wanted to build into the Closet app was yeah, a way to share outfits and like landing pages. So yeah, when a brand does a release and they want to have, you know, their collection and show it all, having some way, you know, to have some sort of permalink, you know, to their collection so people can try it on. And then in the first version, I didn't plan to do too many of the smart contracts integrations, but it would definitely be cool to be able to purchase, you know, directly from the closet, and you can work in, you know, any type of traditional affiliate linking stuff into a web application. So yeah, let's definitely keep these ideas going, and I'll definitely be open to chatting more as I build out those features.
That's awesome, Madamus. Do you have anything new coming to Seed that you can share with us?
Yeah, well, we're gonna keep on going with our Friday night events. We just continue to build a catalog of different, mostly music NFT artists we find from various spaces that Cyrus is in, and just continuing to build connections. We recently made a connection with someone who has an IRL venue in LA, so we're gonna try to start doing some hybrid events with them, whether it's streaming DCL into their venue or vice versa. So we'll definitely see some more expansions of our Friday nights events. And yeah, so what those are is more of like a open mic format where every week we try to look for new artists that we want to feature, but we also sort of have a catalog of all the artists we've previously featured. And the intention is just to sort of yeah, when we get new crowds in, a lot of people are hopping around different events on Fridays and the crowds come and go, but we're sort of armed with the full catalog of different materials to get exposure, you know, on those different artists as new crowds come in. Maybe they haven't seen one of the artists, mixed in with different live DJ sets and live music and stuff. So every Friday we do that. We start around 8 and then we go as late as possible. Try to hit the after hours sets too. So yeah, if anyone's around, come hang with us in between all the other stuff on Fridays. That's our main focus right now. And thanks to everyone who's come in the past as well.
I enjoy my time at Seed. I also enjoy watching Kanessa hit her bong with her you know, bong wearable and bong hit emotes, and, you know, spamming number 4 to make the smoke come out of her head.
It took me a little. I feel like it took me about 2 hours to just really fine tune everything. So I definitely have a system, you know, you gotta, because like there's a limited amount of smoke that you can have in there. Like you just can't fill it up. So you have to make sure that you're properly utilizing and rationing out your smoke puffs. And so if anybody wants to know what we're talking about, go to Seed and hit the 4 key. And yeah, that thing just, that was so, I had way too much fun.
If you spam the 4 key, you get a lot of smoke. Sorry, Metamus, cut you off.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to update the number of allowable smoke buffs. It's a very simple change, but I keep forgetting to do that. But I'm definitely going to do that right now if I can.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we do run out of them pretty quick when certain people are on the scene. I know Jim likes it a
I
lot.
was gonna say
Simple.
Jim kept taking my smoke. It was, I think it's all Jim. I think he actually goes AFK at the bottom and just he's like smoking, and so nobody can smoke. So yeah, I just share with Jim.
Yeah, we'll definitely add that, and yeah, it's cool to see it combined with the with your Bong wearable as well. It's cool to have that full interaction, and I'm always looking for new, fun features to build in for events, mini games, and such. So any ideas you guys have for those kinds of things, just more stuff to do when you're standing around watching the shows, but more ways to interact with people and make it more of an interactive event. Definitely let me know if you have any ideas.
Has there been any code for like kind of making an avatar levitate in your parcel by pressing a key or whatever?
Well, you have like the like sort of the elevators that you've seen, the Genesis Plaza one, the Absolute Build, the Bandwagon has their like flying around UFO feature. So yeah, there's all the different ways to like lift around the emotes, which we can turn our yoga mats into magic carpets potentially.
That's the goal. That's what I was envisioning. Or I guess it would like be a little extra if like this were like kind of tied to a key, and probably would be mixed with like an emote if like the avatar took on kind of like a Superman flying position, like a vertical position.
I did have some interesting concepts that I'm working on too, with like the singing bowls and stuff, where trigger a certain sequence of the singing bowls and maybe like stand in the middle, do the meditate emote, and it like blasts you like up above the parcel or something. So yeah, I'm trying to think of cool like actions and stuff that you can do with like the emotes and triggering certain sequences and like unlocking secret features. So definitely we'll work on some of those.
Madamus, couldn't you just put the collider for the carpets above and it would be invisible, and then you put the visible floor down below, so it just looks like you're flying?
Yeah, so the carpets are already attached to the avatar, so I think if I just modify the position of the carpet, it should like just move around the avatars as well. So yeah, so it shouldn't be too bad. It's just a matter of getting through the list of the thousands of different things that I want to create.
Also, make sure everybody goes into their look, like click on your name and the little icon on the top right. I suggest everybody goes and re-updates their intro for their passports, so then people do click on you. They know exactly who you are, and put your socials in there, and that, like I said, that'd be a great place for like a link to your secondary shop, or to, if you do have wearables that you have for sale, having something that can at least show like, hey, go to my Twitter, click on my link in my bio, whatever. Like, you want to be as direct as possible and as clear as possible. I always say for marketing, this is something I learned from going to like conventions all the time and stuff like that, but if a 5-year-old can't read it, or if a 80-year-old can't see it, then it's going to be hard for someone to understand. So make sure it's very simple, very clear, and direct to what you want them to possibly find from you. If because you don't realize how many people are going to be. I mean, people click on us all the time, but we never had this option now. But but now with this being out, it's no longer like they have to like click on a name and then click on passport. Now it's just like click on the name and then boom, it's the first thing they see when they go into your passport now. So definitely just suggest everybody update theirs like ASAP.
Do you know if you could do like add a link to your bio and make it, and if it's clickable in world? I may have
I
missed that.
don't think so. I mean,
Okay,
Madamus,
so
if you're still
hello,
here,
I
go
have
Brandon.
things.
Hi, Brandon.
If you update your profile on, there's like ways to add your social links. Like I remember setting up like the Twitter link, and there is a way to do that in, I believe, the DAO site.
It's
And
through Builder.
yeah, that. And if you click on someone that has all that set up, it has the links, like the hyperlink ready to go at the top. It says like Twitter, and then it says Twitter for sure, and then the other one says like just link. But it also, I've been playing with it. It says like if you own a land, you can scroll down and like see what land people own and the emotes, and it's fucking amazing. I love this. But I have hi guys. I'm Brandon. I just also wanted to shout out Decentral Games, which Decentral Games has been killing it in the space since my start. Which also, side note, I just realized that January 6th was my year anniversary, so yay, happy birthday. I didn't realize that I was like just chilling and doing NFT shits while our country was being invaded by our country. So let's get it, gang gang.
You're old.
I know, right? My back. So, Decentral Games, been killing it since the beginning. They recently did a collaboration with Benji Bananas, and that might not mean anything to you because Benji Bananas is a small thing, but Benji Bananas is a Bored Ape Yacht Club derivative, and what Benji Bananas is, it's a mobile game, and it's like you're this little monkey and you swing through the trees and you collect bananas. It's like Jetpack Joyride type vibes, you know. But if you own a Benji Bananas pass, you can earn Ape Coin in the game, like the mobile game. So when you log into the Benji Bananas website, you log in with your Google. It's KYR. So that way, when you log into the game on your phone, it knows that you're an NFT holder, and that's how you get your Ape Coin through the game. You just like slowly like collect it. Decentral Games has partnered with Benji Bananas, and now they have a Benji suit that is going to be a tournament wearable for Decentral Games. So there is a huge tie between Ape, like Bored Ape Yacht Club, and Decentraland right there. So I just wanted to shout them out for that. And yeah.
Well, I think who is it? One of the guys has they've done the Mutant Cartel collab because a couple of the guys are mutant ape holders. So I know they've got the Bored Ape Yacht Club builds around like the DG properties that have, like, if you stumble upon them, they've got the poker tables in it, but they're not being utilized. And so I don't know. Wish they could have gotten those like going and bringing people in.
And Kanessa, based off of what you said earlier, I've been talking about doing a weekly event at my parcel for a while now, and I actually was trying to figure out which day would be the best, and I think Thursdays are going to be the best for me. But I would love to do a weekly fashion show. I mean, it's something I've always like loved to do anyways. I've done fashion shows in the physical world too. Like I've DJ'd them, I've participated in them. My sister used to be really involved in the fashion world. But I would love to do a weekly fashion show. Tomorrow I'm going to do a pop-up party, just to get a pulse on like what's the best time for everybody. I like to cater to the UTC time because I know sometimes by the time we're doing events at 5-6 o'clock at night, most people are sleeping in UTC. So I think it'd be more likely earlier in the day to not conflict with other people's events on Thursday nights and everything. But I would love to do a weekly fashion show and be more of an open fashion show, and it would be great because now when people are walking the runway, instead of us just like trying to guess what they're wearing or just saying, hey, look what they're wearing, this is cool. Now you can actually like click on their names and like if I'm doing a live DJ set, I can click on a name while they're walking the runway and just like be like, hey, this is this item, this is like, and go down the list of item names and be even more interactive than it was when we didn't really have access to this passport. Like this passport now is like literally a game changer for us because, you know, when we're out at events and we're out doing stuff now, like if someone simply likes something, it's just as easy as like 3 clicks and they can own it, you know, if they have Polygon Mana in their account already. So I feel like this is just such a huge game changer for people that are in game all the time, this actually like incentivizes people to like be in game more, you know. So I think the more that I actually pinned the tweet up to the top so people can see what it looks like if you're not in game right now. But I mean, this is like something that I think all of us have been waiting for, and I think like hopefully, I mean, I know Madamus is here. The next step can be favorite outfits. You know, like being able to like change outfits instantly, like without having to like go through my whole backpack and sort through pages, and you know, having like even if it's a top 3 outfit thing, like just being able to switch from like, let's say you're in ice poker mode and you want to wear all your wearables for ice poker, then you want to switch over to party mode or like switch over into professional mode. You know, like just being able to like sort through the 3 without having to change every single item. I mean, I'm good at it, so I can do it really quickly, and I know where certain things are. But I think that could be the next step of this. But I don't want to jump too far ahead because having this alone is a big change for all of us. But like I said, I'm definitely going to work on hosting a weekly fashion show. That way everybody can go out, show their wearables off, and then, you know, get better with upgrading my build and making it more of a runway style. Because the top floor I have is mainly for partying, but if I can make it so like it's more like a runway, that'd be really cool. But I'm working on that, and let's see what we can work up by next week.
Oh man, I just had a thought run by my mind, but I just completely brain farted. Oh my god. Vanessa, take over, please.
Okay, you go get some coffee. Ingester, good morning. I see you've requested to come up to speak. Do you have something to add around the topic?
Not around the topic, but I like to show a friend's wearable that just launched in the marketplace, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to reach out to the Decentraland community. Old guy just released the apron. I think it's a great idea to check it out, guys. He's doing great, and sorry, I get shy again. He's This is his first wearable, and I think like it will be very welcoming to him if we checked it out, guys. Definitely go check it out. I love y'all.
Yeah, he's talking about the barbecue apron. If anybody's wondering which wearable that is
Yes,
on the newest
exactly.
items.
Yeah.
An old guy, if you guys don't know, if you really watch the marketplace like I do, I mean, I study this marketplace like as if it's like a book, you know, but I'm always watching who's collecting the most items. I'm always watching what items are selling. And old guy has gone out of his way over the last 3-4 months and has bought so many items from everybody. And if you guys haven't noticed, I'm just here to let you guys know it's definitely like genuine, and he loves supporting people. He has his own build now where we're going to be doing a launch party for his build and his wearable. It looks like a giant it literally looks like a giant grill that Mr. Dingia put together for him. But I would definitely say go support this wearable. He's a really good guy, and he's such a big supporter of all of you guys. He buys emotes, he buys wearables. He's always at events. You know, he's like, I call him the emote king. Like, I have a lot of emotes, but this guy has every single emote, I swear. So definitely go support the BBQ apron if you guys can. Old guy is the man.
Yeah, definitely. I've I gotta say I have a special place for old guy in my little Mew heart due to like, you know, just like I remember when the name started popping up, and my first question to him was like, "Old guy, are you just a young guy undercover?" And you know, just after that, like I just started seeing him like every day in and day out, coming to everyone's events, buying wearables, supporting, and then he came to the point where he could, you know, markets were dropping and he could finally like pick up his own parcel on the Decentraland. And you know, it was just very, it put a smile on my face to know that, like, you know, even like, you know, even he was striving to like create something of his own on the platform, and you know, he's in a way finding his way through all this. And CJ, now I remember what I wanted to like. It wasn't really something that I wanted to tell you. It was more like I was gonna make a suggestion overall, throw it into the ether. Um, like with this new passport UI system, whatever it's called. Make it like an option could even make it that you could switch through your names a little quicker, like not having to go through the Decentraland builder and you know, select your name through there, but you have like a page within your passport that you could you know, assign to yourself and then sign contract on like in the game in world.
Oh, we need that name passport so we can just go see whose name. Oh, we need that because then I can see whose name is who, because we're changing our names so much and I don't know who 027 is until I look at the rest of the names that they have.
I mean, right now, what kind of like sparked the idea was because I was looking at JK's wallet when CJ had mentioned it, and like if you were to go, I believe it's under the collection section, which is like what they're actively wearing, all their emotes, and scroll down a little bit to like the bottom, you would see the name that they had activated. So then like you can click on the name, and it would take you to their like list of names in the marketplace. So I mean, with that idea in mind, I thought like take it a little further. Let's start like because I know that a goal for many devs is to make it so you can do stuff in game and not have to rely on like, you know, going to the marketplace, going to the builder. So just a thought. Anyone, any smart people out there?
I like it. And in Jester, your marketing material worked. I went and I bought an apron, and so the resident grill artist for these Wednesday spaces is Jim Cedric. And Jim, I noticed your old apron, it needed some washing, so I sent you a new apron. So now you can. This one has a bow tie and like a nice button-up shirt. So maybe like for a more formal events, you could use that for barbecuing, Jim.
Damn it, you beat me, Canessa. I was gonna come through and buy 2 aprons, one for myself and one for Jim.
Oh no!
You guys are so nice. I just wanted to say that. Always when I come here, it's just positivity and helpfulness, you know? I love y'all.
Thank you
for... Yes, thank you. And I see that Brandon's hand has been up. Does your arm hurt?
Shit, I'm strong as hell. I just want to shout out Drip. He's been working his ass off, and I had to work that day, but there was a pilot episode of a Decentraland show called Fresh Mint. And Fresh Mint is a show that displays wearable creators. So the first episode was Mr. J and Mr. W. And I actually learned a lot about both of them, and two, like their process and everything that they're doing and their connections. And the whole show was just honestly super cool. My bagel's ready. Wow. I got to learn a lot of cool stuff, and I'm going to be co-hosting with him. I had to go to work. I had to get that shmoney. But I'm working on editing a video. I'm going to be doing like a video breakdown of each episode, like a little 10-15 minute thing. So that's like 60% done that I'm editing, but you'll be able to see like a breakdown of each person's interview and get to know them more, because Mr. J and Mr. W are both honestly dope guys anyways. Like we game. They're gamers, by the way. So yeah, that's coming out, and I just want to give a shout out to Drip and everyone that helped out with all that stuff. It's been super cool watching that.
Dude, freaking Fresh Mint is like, I know I see so much potential in that, especially with Dr. Drip. Like you know, last week's show is all I needed to know about the concept, the show. Dr. Drip being like very well spoken, very articulated, and ready to go. I was mentioning to him that it's nothing like me on Beyond the NFT, where I'm just like, when I'm like just like winging it about 80% of the time. He actually, like, you know, presented himself very well, and was ready to go. And to tell you the truth, everyone enjoyed the show. There was not one piece of bad feedback. Everyone enjoyed the build. Like, just the experience was overall successful. And you know what? Another Sunday event. Shit, yeah, I'm into it.
And I will say, life happens, so keep an eye out for the next episode. When, yeah, just keep your eye out. But I will say he's a Decentraland skateboarder, so we out here. Um, and yeah, I'm just also shout out to CK and 13. We've been gaming every single night, basically. Gaming gamers, hashtag built different. So yeah, literally, if you guys are bored doing like any time of the day, check out Decentraland. If you want to hit up a call, we have VCs in the CBD Discord productivity. If you just want to go do your little office work and have someone on the side, boom, hop in there. If you want to go play games, we have a gamer gamers. You can go hit quick scopes and fucking headshots and shit. 360 no scope motherfucker with us. We got you. Love you guys. Create shit. Also, I didn't say it this week. If you're creating shit, Scott, dude, odd job. This motherfucker Scott has been making videos non-goddamn stop. So, just highlight right there.
Can I just piggyback before we go too far from that, Brandon, that the build that Fresh Mint is on, like, I'm in love with that build. I tried to like figure out what it was that I liked about it when I was in it. Like, is it like the style? Is it the size? But it's like bright in the background. The walls are like brick. I don't know. Sometimes like you go into a build and it's dark or just, I don't know, like there's not details, but check out Fresh Mint, the build. That one might go down in one of my favorites. Those like rainbow chairs you sit in are awesome. And also, like, I love seeing now these new builds that are coming out since emotes. They're awesome because they're like, people are including chairs in their builds, and like more than just sorry Shelly, but the couches in the band room, like those disappeared the other day. We need those back. But otherwise, like the furniture, I think we're seeing that come in. So the use of furniture in the Fresh Mint build, it gets like a 10 out of 10 for me. Scott?
Hey, thanks, Kanessa. I got so excited about the affiliate and referral program. I forgot to mention the thing that I'm working on right now, and I just wanted to give a shout out to, I guess a call out, not a shout out, but just a request from people. It's up at the top, and we've talked a lot about a directory, a master directory, and Shelly, you helped work on this, and CK and Peanut Butter and UMAC, and I know Agnes worked on it a little bit, but I'm just making it. I don't know how to code it. I was just speaking to somebody a little bit ago about it could be pulled from the Catalyst server or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's super, that's great. It's this is here, this is real. So if you've got a place in Decentraland and you want it to be listed in the Decentralites places list, it's just an alphabetical listing, and I'm creating a separate post for every place. And if it's a place like the Inferno Room, like Orange Joe's Inferno Room, that I went there and it's not there, I'll still make a page for it. I'll still make a post for it, because we went there with ABC and we took pictures, and there's video from Billy's Twitch stream, so we'll put that there too. So just because it's a place that doesn't have a live build deployed in Decentraland right now, I'll still make a place for it, because it was a place. So yeah, if anybody has a place they'd like to be listed here, send me the coordinates, send me a URL and a link to your socials, and then any promotional material you may have, stills or video, and I'd love to put up a page for you.
Yeah, Scott, on that note, I don't know if anybody was able to listen in on the Foundation AMA this morning, but I asked a question, because what they were talking about is in Q2, they're going to, or like version V1 of the DCL Worlds, they're going to improve search functions. So obviously, like if you have you don't have a lot of names, Scott. You're kind of you, aren't you? You're I don't know if you've made different worlds under different names, but let's say that I make like Canessa is one world, but then I have maybe Downnut, because that's another name. And so they're going to improve the search functions for DCL Worlds. And that kind of like, I don't know, that just kind of ruffled my feathers a little bit, because right now it is so hard to search anything, any kind of venue in Decentraland. Like, I'm just thinking if I wanted to go to, well, let's say I want to go to Fresh Mint and I want to find it. If there's not a like ongoing current event right now, I could go to the events page, but I'm not going to find it there. I guess I could like peep Dr. Drip's wallet and then, hopefully find it there. If he's renting the land, I can't find it. So I asked them in the AMA if they had plans to also like improve the search function in DCL, and they said they didn't know what they didn't know what I was talking about. So it's
I know what you're talking about, Canessa. I got you covered.
Yeah, I don't know, like it's that's kind of a new one that you yeah, like I want to be able to look up, I want to have a little spot where I can type and I can write Sugar Club, and then it can bring up Sugar Club, and maybe it's any land description with Sugar Club in it, so I could find it, because like I kind of know where the Sugar Club is, kind of, so I can go on the map, and it's got a POI star, and so that would help me find it. But let's say like Fresh Mint, to my knowledge, does not have a POI star, and I'm kind of picking on Fresh Mint, but like it's a perfect use case, it's new. How would I find that if I didn't know?
So okay, there actually is something right now, and I spoke with Jonathan Brunn, I think is his name, and he's one of the developers at Lighthouse. And shout out to CK and Shelly and High CC of the Metaverse 3. They had him on this past Thursday. Super brilliant, very nice guy. So if you don't follow me on Lighthouse, it's lighthouse.world, and then you can just look for Odd Job, and I'm there. Case in point, right? So I saw the thing about old guys. He's got a place now, he's got a wearable, and I'm like, okay. The first thing I did was I looked for it in Decentraland, didn't see it there. I went to Lighthouse and I typed in old guy, didn't see it. So I just created an entry there in Lighthouse. I took the coordinates and I put it in there. I grabbed the URL. I took a screenshot. So if you go to lighthouse.world and you type in old guy, it's there. So what are you looking for? I'll make one for you right now. It's called what?
Well, I mean, even if you made it, Scott, that's awesome, and that would be wonderful. However, now we've got another a pain point. It's how do I, like, who cares if I can find it? I'll just find my friends or like their tweets. It's the new users. What I'm saying is I've been here, for years, and I don't know how to find stuff, but I can find it. Like, I've got my other avenues to look it up, but who cares? I'm not leaving because I can't find it. What we need to do is make it easy enough where a new user comes in and they can look this stuff up. Like that's what we need to do. Like you said earlier, it's got to, CJ, it's got to be easy enough for a 5-year-old or an 80-year-old. Like we need a easier way to find stuff.
Right.
There's no, it kind of floors me that there's no search bar. There's no way to search properties. So no wonder people, like businesses, and I don't mean to go off on a salty, trigger point, but like no wonder businesses are trying to get POI stars after they've been here a month. There's no other way to get found unless you have an active event or you're working in, web 2 other ways. So that's all I'm asking for. Is just like it just seems like a real low-hanging fruit to like be able to search stuff.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to make that solution for you right now. So if you've got a place that you would like to have, I'm just trying to demonstrate the concept. So if there's a place that you'd like to find, it's like a Wikipedia, right? I mean, part of this is, because it's decentralized, and Lastrom has talked about this, there's like 100,000 different things that need to get improved. Where do you start, right? So you've identified that pain point, and I'm just trying to construct a solution right now. And sure, it's going to be incomplete. I only have like 60 entries of places in Decentraland, and there's 90,000 parcels. I've got a few more to go, right? But if we chip away at it a little bit by little bit, and we start building this directory, this database, then it will be there eventually. All of the popular places will be there. And if somebody sees something that's not there, empower them to go in and add that themselves as a listing. So there's two solutions. One is the master directory that I'm putting together. The other one is lighthouse.world. And anybody can create a place. Once the place is created and somebody searches for it by that name, they'll find it. I just did one for Olga. I did one for Zedrun because we went there on Monday during our tour. There wasn't an event from Zedrun, even though their headquarters are in Decentraland. They've got a whole bunch of events that are happening in Sandbox. But if anybody wants to visit Zedrun's HQ in Decentraland, you weren't able to find it. Like you said, there's no current event on the thing. So I went there, I copied the URL, I entered in the coordinates, I did a little description, took a screenshot from one of their videos, and now if you're looking for Zedrun, it comes up in Lighthouse. It comes up in the master directory. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that sounds like a good use case, and hopefully that would give them a good example both for Decentraland and DCL Worlds. I guess I'm just probably always going to advocate if there's going to be improvements to DCL Worlds, I want to see equal improvement to Decentraland Major, Rustan, you
Okay,
put your hand.
I see what you're saying. Thank you you for clarifying.
If they're going to put the effort into DCL Worlds, I would love to see that.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining.
Rustan?
Hey guys, I'm just playing around with this new passport. It's pretty awesome. You can copy a user's full wallet address from the passport now, and so you can click on a user's name in the chat. So you don't even have to click on their avatar. Click passport, and then you can copy the wallet from the passport. And I just sent a wearable to a brand new user, super easy, without them having to connect to me on Twitter. It's so awesome.
What? I don't have to harass people to send them free wearables on Twitter?
But I think I verified with them to make sure they weren't using a guest account before I did that, and I told them I was going to send them something. But it's amazing.
Cool. That's
cool. That was my question. If you verified with them.
If you do choose a guest account person, it says that they're using a guest account.
That's hot.
It's still nice to have the Twitter to connect with new users on Twitter, just because then you have them forever till they unfollow you. But at least that way you also have an avenue for communication, so that when you're posting parties and stuff. So, but that's cool, Rustan. That's gonna make it so much easier to send stuff to people.
Also, for people like Kanessa and I, it only displays 10 pages of your collectibles. So we're not fully
Thank you.
exposed.
Thank you for that, Rustan. That yay. Which 10 pages does it show? Tops or bottoms?
It seems to start with L1s first.
Of course it does.
And then I don't know if it's random after that or what.
Oh, can you look it up by category, like uniques, mythics, legendaries?
Not that I can see yet. Maybe there's a way. I don't think so.
That's awesome. So, Rustan, does it give you an inspiration of a way that you could utilize it just right off the bat?
Well, I'm already wearing my my only few wearables that are still on primary, so I'm hoping some people click on it and buy them.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to walk around with a perma beer in my hand then, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Squirrel brain over here. When he said primary, I was like, that's the thing with this possibility for affiliate marketing. It could also boost secondary sales. So done with that. Just thank you, Rustan.
I thought maybe, Shelly, you finally thought of the word that you were looking for earlier, primary, that's it.
Oh, that was economy. So yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I mean, secondary sales and the older items, it's interesting to think about a lot of the older items that were published, over a year ago, anything after, prior to November of last year. I love looking up just random categories in the wearables, just because you find these crazy things, and the mana price is usually really high because those were priced when the mana, when mana was low. But I mean, how many accounts are out there that people still are buying from, but the user, like a publisher who's kind of moved on from the project, and they don't even know that there's mana, like, I don't know, in their account. I just feel like a lot of these, there are people that are not active in Decentraland anymore. I know a couple of them, friends that have published wearables and moved on. And so I just want to be like, hey, come get your mana. You're making money. Do you know that? But there's also some really cool wearables out there. So sometimes it's rare, not because it's like unique or mythic, but it's rare just because it's so old and kind of overlooked. So that would be a cool way to find that. And one of them I'm thinking of is the banana hat that I'm going to wear to the Wag Me Wednesday tonight. It's food themed, and so I've got this banana hat that I don't know, it hasn't been bought or sold too much. I don't even know the event it came from, but yeah, I can see that being really cool. And I can't wait to peep in all of your wallets and see what you have. Do you have anything rare in yours, Shelly, that I haven't seen yet?
Oh, I don't know. I have a few mythics. I try to scoop Doki's mythics, and then I only have one level 1. It's a sombrero.
That's cool. I like that hat.
I've personally been a little torn on tonight's outfit for myself because one, I'm thinking gecko. Maybe like I don't know if geckos are yummy because tonight's Wag Me Wednesday theme is yummy. But I feel like they would be like mini gator bites. So like, and then on the other hand, I do have a Jamie the Jellyfish wearable by Low Poly Models, and from what I hear, jellyfish are quite delicious when made correctly. I never thought of it, but but I saw a picture and it looked like noodles, like organic noodles. So perhaps I might be Jamie the Jellyfish tonight.
I'm probably going to wear my cucumber because I'm a vegetarian.
I realize I just completely missed that question. Sorry, Kanessa. But yeah, I was going to bring up Rustan's red pants, but also Dr. Drip's cucumber eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we know that everyone's got those.
Oh man, I gotta get a photo of like 10 people wearing the cucumber eyes with one person wearing the cucumber pants.
Photo shoot at the pool.
Rustan, has the name Cucumber been minted?
Let me check.
If not, you have 24 hours. Just a quick reset of the room. Welcome everyone. I see some new faces in the crowd. Thank you for being here. Make sure to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends about us. If you have any questions about Decentraland or would like to bring up any topics, just feel free to request to come up to speak, and we'll get you up here. Thank you. I am Shy Mew. I'll just let Kanessa take over because she's better at this.
Oh, I don't think so, but I am not crashing. I finally could get into the world, and I'm by myself, and I'm in DG, but at least I'm not crashing every 5 seconds. Boy, that just thinking about if a person was trying to onboard like a brand during that little period of time, about a half an hour ago, when it kept refreshing, that'd be a challenge. Like, it'd be kind of cool if there was like a notification, like if that was actually like a change that DCL was pushing. It'd be cool if it gave like a little update, like, this change is being pushed, so that you kind of knew, just that you're gonna come back online eventually.
Don't try to onboard your big brand name today.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's happened. I've heard of that happening before when some big, familiar brands are trying to come in and take a look. And so, yeah, I don't know how to get around these things. We just got to embrace them. Just everybody got the Crow app today.
I mean, it just takes a little bit of transparency, and in all honesty, this is what we look for in the space, or at least I feel like that's a reason why a lot of us are here. So, you know, it would be very good for even like the technical foundation side of things that are pushing updates to, you know, inform everyone, all 38 of us, about, you know, any possible pushes coming through.
Yeah, does anybody know if there is like a log? Like I know other like what am I trying to say? Like platforms, they'll have something where you can go check the status of it, and it'll say like such and such was pushed. But I'm just thinking like if Decentraland had not 38 users, but let's say 38,000, and this happened, like in the future, we will need some way to communicate. Like if this kind of stuff is happening. Oh, I know what it was. Webkins. The metaverse of Webkins years ago, they would, you know, these were planned, and so they kind of had specific times that they would do this, and then they would, you know, let you know ahead of time. So maybe that's just something that we push for as we're having these conversations. Scott?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to that specific point. I know that Simple, you may have been in this conversation, but during Art Basel Week in Miami, when we talked to the foundation, that was one thing that was requested, and I believe that in the foundation's technical AMAs, it's also been requested, and that is actually searchable because they do create transcriptions. They do post all of the questions from each of those, so you can go back to that that composite page that lists all of them. But to your point, Kanessa, it's something that they do recognize that they need to do a better job on, and have said that they are going to improve that, and that is technical support, and specifically announcements about like proactive announcements. So it has been discussed. I think it's, you know, not like there's nothing happening, at least from what I have heard and what I have seen.
Yeah, I was in the conversation, and I was also one of those that suggested that. But, you know, I just like to poke a little, like, hey, we haven't seen anything, so, like, it would be cool if we had this.
Occasional reminders, I think, are, you know, I think that's a good thing. Absolutely. You know, it keeps people on the game, on the ball. So yeah, no, I think it's a good thing. I just, if anybody out there is listening to this and is wondering, you know, what the heck are they doing? That, yeah, from what I know and what I've heard, they are working on it. So
Sweet, bullish.
I see Chris from Nyan Cat in the crowd. Welcome. I just have to tell you, I had to get a hoodie recently with a little Nyan Cat on it. Just because you come in here and you're awesome and you share your positivity. So now I wear that, and it's got a little like toaster, like Pop-Tart toaster kitty on it. So yeah, welcome. Glad you are here. And I also see Pixelia in the crowd. I haven't seen you for a while. I hope all is well. It's always nice to see new users come, or old users come back.
I have to kind of give Pixelia his flowers too. I believe last night I was at Stronghold degenning, and all of a sudden I start hearing voices, and I look up, and it's Pixelia and Marco's doing some interviews and stuff, and even they even got Smoke Steezy on the interview show. I was so jealous, because I've been trying to personally get a hold of Smoke Steezy for, I don't know, something, maybe an interview, or just to like poke him a little bit to like finish this Decentraland Web3 song he had like made and or started making, and kind of stopped.
I can do that. I can help you. I have connections with him.
Bruh, where you been all my life?
San Diego.
San Diego? I'm in Florida. We should meet up. Fucking so yeah, like awesome show yesterday, Pixelia, and I do like I like the Tuesday events. Like we all know that Tuesdays are a little dead, so it's always good to see a little life come through, little events, as well as oh yeah, last night, Masha and DigiFun had their event. I've been joking around with Masha, telling her it's the Masha Tuesday takeover, kind of just bigging them up a little bit, making sure that they feel supported to continue doing these Tuesday events.
I feel like eventually Tuesday is going to be the busiest day because it's like I feel like it has just been the quietest day for so long, and so I bet so many projects are going to be like, well, we'll just do Tuesdays. So someday, like, it's just going to be Tuesdays, the day of the metaverse.
Nah, Meal Monday all the way. So, just a quick reset. Make sure to like and retweet the room, everyone. See some new listeners, as well as community members just popping in. Hello, everyone. If anyone would like to come up and speak, bring up any topics, feel free to request to come up to speak. Chris, welcome. I just to fanboy a little bit. I eyeball your NFT collection just about every day, just hoping that someone will be like, I'm selling this for 0.2 ETH, so I can like scoop that shit. Because I like a nine cat would be very special to my collection due to your presence here in Decentraland with us, always spreading the positivity, as well as like being so open to everyone to share your knowledge and experiences. So thank you. Oh, Chris requested to come up to speak.
Yeah, if anybody wants to sell theirs, let me know too, because I'll go in a bidding war against Sinful for it, because I want one also.
Hey everybody, GM, thanks for all the flowers. I wasn't expecting that. How's it going with everybody today?
Good. Thanks for being here.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's great to be here, and it's great seeing you guys like constantly out here doing everything. I guess maybe if it's okay to share a quick story, like more of it, less of an inquiry, I guess. I'm actually building. You guys may know about this. I know I've spoken to like one of you about it. That I'm building like some further utility for my main collection for the Nyan Cats. I don't know if anybody's seen my struggle on Twitter this week, but I've been working for like 6 months to get to where I am right now. First of all, I had to create the voxels for the characters. So there's like full 3D renders of the voxels. Then I got into the token linking aspect of Decentraland. So I was like, okay, let's go do that. But then you had to go pass a DAO proposal, which required like a 4 million vote power vote. And thank you so much for your help on that. That really helped push to the acceptance vote. So fast forward, I know that was like back in September, but I've been like still building upon it since. So 2 days ago, I went. I kind of thought I was at the finish line here. Like we had the DAO proposal approved. We had new versions of the 3D characters ready to go. I uploaded them all onto the builder as a linked wearable collection. And long story short, I didn't realize that you had to create an API to actually host these things, which is like, I'm just like a pixel artist. This is something I'm already like way in over my head about. So I was like more wondering like, what is a good repo or a good place to be pointed in the right direction to get help on creating an API to host these things? Because like I've been through the ringer and back on these things, and I'm ready to see it through. And hopefully, once everything's all said and done, Nyan Cats can actually leave Club Nyan Cat and be anywhere in Decentraland. So that's the ultimate goal for these things right now. So if anybody has any insight, any help, any knowledge on how to achieve that, I would super appreciate that.
Yes, I remember you had kind of shared a little bit of alpha to us in the last year when we were when Tank Poco and I were doing the Sunday Coffee Twitter space. You had mentioned a little bit about that, and oh man, I love the vision that you're having of like, you know, taking this linked wearable and possibly like making it so the Nyan Cats could leave Club Nyan. Is that the name of the club?
Yeah, it's Club Nyan
Okay.
Cat. Yeah, in Decentraland. I think it's like 9. Is it? I want to say it's 97 -7 or one of those two. I forgot. But yeah, like, you know, like right now, if you have one and go to Club Nyan Cat, it has like an animated one that flies around with you, which is awesome. But like once you step foot off the plot, of course, you know, like it's just not coded into the rest of the game. But like, but yeah, I want these to be everywhere. I want them to be all over Decentraland. And like, I feel like I'm at the final steps right now. Like, I think even if you go into your backpack right now and click on the linked wearables, there is a Nyan Cat tag ready to go. It just hasn't. I just haven't been able to finish it. It's just it's just become a whole. It's like a wall that I've hit basically.
Okay, we need to put out the bat signal, like the Batman signal in the crowd. We have to have some people here. We have so much knowledge in this space right now. I don't know, Rusan, do you know what he's talking about? Anybody that you would suggest he get in touch with? And I see Zom, you've got your hand up. I'm not sure. Yeah, Zom, did you have your hand up? Were you answering Chris's question, or do you have a new topic to take us on? Go ahead, Zom.
Go ahead. I'm outside. I don't know if I'll rug, so let me get back inside and you can go ahead with somebody else.
I completely zoned out and missed the question. Sorry.
Oh, that's all good. I think long story short, I'm at the finish line of creating a new set of linked wearables for my NFT collection. However, I have recently learned that I have to create an API to host the URNs and basically activate it so they can go live. And I'm just kind of like seeking any help, anybody to point me in the right direction on any guides or anything.
I would talk to Unknower first before anybody. That's my own personal. That's the way I would go.
Nice. I see Scott's clapping. Who? What's their name again, so I can check them out?
Let me see if I can find his Twitter. It's No Unknower, all one word. KNOWUNKNOWER. No Unknower. He's the man.
Sorry, one more time. No, and then what's the last one? The last part?
Unknower. UNKNOWER.
He is the last slicer, so I know you can like easily find them in there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely connected with the last slice, so I'll definitely hit that up. That's going to be really helpful. But yeah, like I'm totally bullish on the idea of just token linking anything to NFTs. Like I've been working on that for the Nyan Cats for a while, and this is just like another chapter. Like I'm ready for as many things as I can for it. So yeah, this is gonna be great when it's done. I'm excited for it.
Well, that sounds exciting. I can't wait to see little cats bouncing around. I had to look up the floor on OpenSea. I'll just have to sell some more wearables to get a little cat to follow me around. But yeah, it's exciting, and hopefully you can have some like frictionless progress as you work through this and go forward. I'm excited to see what you guys can make.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely the goal. And it's just really cool building on Decentraland in the first place. Like just having like a club and just like having live DJs and stuff like that. I don't know, it's just such a different experience. I see lots of different collections that are just, huge blue chip projects, and they don't even think to do anything like this. So like anybody working on Decentraland on anything remotely close to this is like leaps and bounds ahead, I think, of other people that are just buying things just for the PFPs. Like the utility is super important here, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I should say that last week I was kind of on a mission to go through the NFT communities that I am a part of and they're all PFP ones. One, for example, is Bad Influence, which is it's a recent one as of earlier this year, and I joined their just community voice chat call, and I just started vomiting Decentraland all over them and linked wearables, and I brought up how Woody's created like the most awesome linked wearable collection that includes everybody's individual traits, and so I got their ears perked. And so I think it would be good for all of us to do things like that, is to really to push the value of the linked wearables and the fact that users can have their traits put in. I know it's a lot of work though. I think it took Woody's like a year to produce theirs, but still, I think it's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Chris. I didn't mean to.
Oh, I was just gonna say, based on my like personal experience, it absolutely is a lot of work, and I understand. Well, like I understand that there's like a big, I guess, a wall of entry to figure this out, and I'm hoping that Decentraland kind of makes it easier for like someone like me. Like I've never actually worked with this stuff, and now here I am learning it all. Like, it would be great for in the future if Decentraland could make it easier for people to create stuff, because then that way we'll have like a really great bustling economy.
One of the guys on the Woodies too, that was involved in the creation of the linked wearables, just was accepted to be a VIP judge for a Metaverse Awards at some conference or something, and I think it was heavily because of the linked wearables. So I think the advantages of that, and especially how they like linked wearables can pump the floor of a PFP collectible, it's starting to spread little by little.
Yeah, Rustan, I don't know if you saw my post earlier this week, but I did put your PFP, your CloneX PFP, as an example in there. But I made a post on Twitter, and I just said what PFP projects have come into Decentraland, and I have to shout out Scott. Thank you so much for all of your input and your contributions on that. Like I'm still trying to learn, linked wearables, the pros and cons, like the benefit, the drawback, but I don't know, I think I kind of have seen the light recently about how we really need to well, I don't want to tell anybody to do anything. I personally am going to try to support them more and more, just because what I see happening is, if we could get a couple of these big blue chip projects, I mean, Nyan Cat, like that's a huge one. Woody's looks like they're big, they're growing, but like, let's say we got some of the other ones in. I know there's some pushback that the DAO doesn't get this wearable curation fee for all of these, but I feel like if we got a couple, let's just say like Bored Apes came in and we had 100 Bored Ape users that decided to come in and take their PFP and wear it here and like stay. I just think that the cost value, cost benefit analysis, or I'm sure there's an official term, would outweigh that initial curation cost, because how much would they spend on wearables? How much would they spend, like going to these different venues and spending money and supporting artists and, donating, buying their true PFP? Like, I just think that it's just much more deep than like, oh, the DAO loses that curation fee, so I don't want to vote on that. Like, we need to get these big projects here. We need to get people who are ready to invest into the ecosystem. And I think that like these use cases are really good. Like Rustan, your CloneX looks awesome. And so I think we just need to kind of keep an open mind and try to get these other places on board.
I've been trying to do the same with the CloneX community, trying to get them attached to linked wearables, and it seems like nothing I try is working. Like, I had that CloneX party and only like 5 people from their community showed up, and it was an awesome party. And I'm kind of like at a loss as to what else I can possibly do with this blue chip community. Like, they don't just get it. Like, they set up the wearables in Sandbox, so the trades show up in Sandbox, but they didn't do it in Decentraland for some reason. I don't know if Sandbox paid them to do it or what the deal is, but like, I can't figure out how to encourage like these people to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like Darwin's theory of the survival, it's not survival of the fittest, it's survival of those who are willing to adapt. So if Sandbox decided to take them on and onboard them, then, a reason for them to be in Sandbox. They're also, you know, like Bored Ape, they're making their own metaverse, so of course they don't want to they don't want to come here. You know, like maybe eventually every project has their own metaverse, but there are drawbacks to that too. Like if I'm not a Bored Ape member, do I want to go chill in like this metaverse that I don't have the PFP for? I don't know, maybe. But I think that is a benefit of Decentraland, that we are everybody's metaverse. We're not just one. We're not just Shibverse or Unilabs.
It's weird too because like a lot of the creator community in CloneX, they're like all about On Cyber and some of these alternative metaverse platforms, and for whatever reason they just stay away from Decentraland. I've never been able to figure it out. I post like all the cool stuff that I've been trying to do in Decentraland, and it looks cooler than a lot of the stuff they're pulling in these other metaverse platforms. And I just don't know what else I can do to bring them in personally.
I know that personally, the people that I've talked to about Decentraland, they don't. Well, the first thing is they don't know that the main website has like an exe file for it now, so you can like load up, and it like doesn't crash your computer if you have a sensitive computer anymore if you use that. So I've been telling people about that, and people are like, "Oh wow, no way!" And then they're instantly like on the program. So I don't know. It's kind of like a word of mouth thing. And like Vanessa says, like I agree. Like like the getting hung up on, I guess, like a royalty fee on something like that is worth less than doing a word of mouth thing. So yeah, like if you have Bored Apes enter and party, their friends are gonna come party and also explore the community. So, and it's funny because like I know the Bored Apes have they have an official wearable, I believe. They have like a hoodie that they launched sometime last year. Like how cool would that have been if it was a token linked wearable? So if you had a Bored Ape logged in, wore that hoodie, people will be like, "Oh, you have a Bored Ape because you are literally wearing the jacket that links to the NFT." And honestly, it's as simple as that. It can just be like a cute little hoodie wearable or a hat or something like that, but it gets the name and brand out there and kind of like expands the word of mouth, the memes of it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a no-brainer to add, utility if possible. And these big projects they can definitely jump on board something like this if they wanted to.
Yeah, I guess so. It really is kind of in our hands to go out there and connect with these communities and tell them, spread the word. Especially like the Lobstars, they have a huge, beautiful build in Decentraland, and I was joining in on their events a lot. And it's funny because they built it up. They have like their mayor, they have people helping their users go around, but they don't even know how to use Decentraland really. So I found myself at their events like educating everybody, even the mayor, on what to do, how to do, why the elevator wasn't working for everybody because everybody was clicking to go to a different route, doing all the basic things that we know that nobody else knows. And I'm finding that's the case for everything else, just like you said about them maybe trying out Decentraland and it crashing with bad influence. They didn't know about skins, and I was like, yeah, you can just take your already existing 3D assets, create a linked wearable of the skins, and make that happen and give it to all your holders. It seems like a no-brainer. So they, like you said, they don't know. So we have to spread the knowledge.
Well, and it's also interesting just to think about like the PFP, like I'm looking at everybody's PFP here that you've got. Like we rep those on Twitter, on Instagram. I don't know if anybody does it on Facebook anymore, but like think about what happened almost 2 months ago when Elon might take Twitter down. Like where would we rep our PFPs? I'm just joking, but like in Decentraland, you can wear your PFP, like you can become it, and in Twitter, you just have it as your PFP. I'm just thinking, Crypto Novo, like we all kind of know what happened with him this week. Like it's people build their brands around these. They literally just build their lives around them. And so if you could do that in a platform like Decentraland, where you can turn it into your build or make a wearable and actually wear it around. Like you can't wear it around Twitter, but you can in Decentraland. So I think that right there would be a really powerful like talking point if you could actually take that with you and have it. And do more than just like look at it on the screen. I think that that's the utility, at least for me. Like, you know, the PFPs, once we kind of break them out of Web 2 and really put them in Web 3, I think that we'll see like more people come on board. But yeah, like you said, we got to educate them. Let's see, CJ Tracks, I saw your hand up, but I saw a couple other hands pop up from this. So maybe Tracks, do you have something on this subject, or should I come back to you?
No, yeah, you can come back to me. I was I had it up for a while. I just been it was about something else. So yeah, you can go to everybody else about this, and then just circle back if hopefully I don't lose my train of thought.
Thanks. Sorry, Scott.
Oh, okay. I was going to say probably Zom had their hand up, but I wanted to. I just wanted to make a mention. So you posted that post. Sorry, I got called away. So I don't know if you talked about that, but just the linked wearables or the existing PFP projects that have a presence in Decentraland. After that whole thread and series, it's gone away now. I just checked the market, but like the very next day, the I don't know. There was one of the Bored Apes, either the skin or the head with the bowler hat was trending in the marketplace. So I thought that was pretty cool. So definitely created an influence. But there's another way to go about this, and that's linked wearables that. Sorry, my dog sees a rabbit or something. Projects that already come into the space, that have linked wearables, and I'm thinking specifically of the Woodies. It's a lot of fun. I've got two Woodies. This isn't a shill or a subtle shill or anything, but it's like, I get to have the 2D profile picture, which I think is done quite well. I'm a person who loves trees. And I get to have the skin, and there's close to 10,000 of these things. So, sort of growing outward from there, like reaching out to the people that are members of that PFP NFT community and encouraging them to come into Decentraland, just like you said, Canessa, so they can be their profile picture character.
I think Scott must be putting his dog out. But yeah, I think that right there is like the untapped utility of PFP projects. Like if you want to be your avatar. I've got my snarky shark. I don't often, go around as my snarky shark, but I do. It was actually kind of fun. Like I found a way that she could smoke a cigar and wear Angel Halo at the same time, just like my PFP. And that was pretty cool. Zom, while Scott's putting his dog out, you've got the floor. Oh no, Zom, we lost you. No Zom.
No Zom. Maybe we can give him a little bit here. Sorry, I've been in a message or writing a DM. There he is. He's coming back up. While he does that, a quick reset. I see that we have like 53 plus people. That's way more than 38. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. If anyone is interested about knowing a little more about Decentraland, just feel free to request to come up to speak, and we'll answer some questions for you. Or if not, we could find someone to answer a question for you. Make sure to like and retweet. And welcome back, Sam.
Buddy. Yeah, just I didn't have anything on that last topic. I didn't know if you wanted to go on to DJ Tracks, because I think he was waiting before me. Or Scott, if he had something on that last topic. I'm just sort of waiting in line. That's going to shill Vertex a little bit. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Anyone want to take over?
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out real quick the last Beyond the NFT with Armin Satsu. It was awesome. Great job, Sin. And if any of you guys missed that, try to catch the replay and pay attention to Armin, because he's a pretty awesome vlogger of gaming and DCL. He's done quite a few DCL blogs. vlogs, and I'm really bullish on him. I think he has a great personality. He has a great editing style, and he has the potential to really attract new eyes. And I think if you have anything that you want to promote via his vlog, he might most likely be open to it. So pay attention to that dude.
Yes, thank you, Rusan. Definitely had a good conversation with him on Monday. It was an awesome episode. We both had fun, and I mean, you were totally right about kind of like what is it called? Synergy or chemistry? One of the two. Like between him and I, like from the moment we just jumped in call, like we were like off with like talking. We had a whole show. We did a whole show before the show even started, with like just different conversations and stuff. And yeah, definitely like you know, I like his videos. I like that he's been around, like that. What I saw from like the whole situation is like he's been around, he's been making content, and like, you know, like on the flip side, like you know, us here, I don't know how many of you knew about him before, but I had never crossed paths with Armin before, and you know, that was like a totally new person for me to meet, and it was like just totally excited. So kind of gets me thinking, how many other like amazing content creators do we have around Decentraland that are not even looking like for the clout or anything like that? They're just creating to create and to make sure that they educate the people around them in, you know, in real life. So thank you for you know, bringing him to my attention. Rustan, how did you find him, by the way?
I found him on YouTube. I constantly watch everything I can regarding Decentraland on YouTube, especially, and I stumbled on him. I think before the music festival, I saw one of his videos, and then I saw his music festival video, which was hilarious. It's totally worth watching, and I shared that with the Last Slice and a couple of communities. And then one day I just reached out to him, told him he was doing a great job, and then he offered to do a vlog on me.
That is awesome. Cool. Well, keep bringing them, Rustan. Go fetch some more and bring them on.
Yeah, definitely. He it was very fun meeting him, and like just the whole time our conversations just kept flowing and flowing and flowing. Very fun person to speak to. Let's see, who do we pass it on to?
Well, I'm about to head to work. I'm about to hop on this train. Love you guys. Have a good day. Keep creating. I'll see you guys later.
Brandon 10.
Good night, Brandon.
Wish you luck, Brandon 10. Love you. Bye.
Kanessa, is it Zom or DeFi that's next?
I think it was Trax Zom DeFi, to be honest. I think Trax has been up there for a while, so maybe just CJ lead us off, and then Zom, and then DeFi, please.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be quick. Just something, just a suggestion for everybody. If you guys ever were planning, now that we have this passport thing, I know I'm backtracking a little bit, but this passport thing, I would highly suggest you guys, if you guys list your wearables on the marketplace, because when people click on them and they're able to go to buy them, it takes you directly to your actual wearable. And then if they wanted to go buy like one from the collection, they'd have to click on the collection to go find it. So like if you guys have wearables that are even maybe they're sold out, or emotes that are sold out, I would definitely recommend just listing them. But in general, just wanted to say thanks for the space. I'm gonna be heading out of here because I have to just post a lot of content. I've been posting a lot of DJ content this year, just trying to stay consistent on that. I'm DJing a party tonight for the Furry Paws NFT launch, which is if you guys know who Andrea is, he's a big supporter of True Band Room and a bunch of other big projects in here. We're doing a launch party at Crypto Minotaurs later tonight, so if y'all want to come check that out, we're gonna be rocking with them. But thanks for the space again. This is really, really cool that we're able to now this is a game changer for the market, and I'm just super excited to see it all go into play. Shout out to everybody building, keep growing, keep grinding. And like I said, never be afraid to hop up in the space, ask a question. Don't be shy. And yeah, just love you all. Hope you guys have a great day, and I will see you around Decentraland. I'll be running around all day today.
Take care, CJ. Zam, take it away.
Howdy. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Look at the paintbrushing on him. Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, good deal. Hey, I was just going to promote the Vertex deal. I think Serena Ellis is painting or doing a digital piece tomorrow. Sort of, I don't even have the details on it, but, Tang normally has her stuff later on in the evening, so I guess 7 or sometime around then. But check it out. Check out Tang's page. She's probably got it. Gucci Toe probably has it. The other thing, the Vertex token. The Vertex token, if you buy one, gets you a mint of each art piece. It's probably going to be the cheapest way to get all of our art pieces in one drop. It also has a wearable. I don't know who's doing the wearable, but it's Tang and Gucci Toe, so they have pretty good taste. I'd assume it'd be pretty cool, whatever they come up with. But Pablo's, I think Pablo's are coming into Decentraland. I think AKA Horace is working on a build for them underneath the first D in Decentraland. But I've got a wearable in the works for them and an emote in the works for them. I just sort of wanted to throw that out there. If you see them around or whatever, throw them a hi or a welcome. I'm trying to get them to come into Vertex. They've been supporting my art a good bit, so I'm trying to see if they'll show up for that event. Grab a piece of my art by grabbing the token type of thing. But let's see what else. Excuse me, I made a little list just to try to get through it all quick. Let's see. Oh, the de-attendance token. Was that about me and my comments on the boner thing? I apologize.
Not at all.
Okay. I was like, oh, I didn't think I rubbed up that wrong by throwing some random genitalia into the text, but
No, I
right.
saw your tweet. I'm like, nope, it's not about him, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
No, it was DCL Tours, and everybody was just sort of stopped, and they're like, all right, can we be adults now? And I was like, yeah, I hope that wasn't about me. But anyways,
we would never ask you to be an adult in this space.
Yeah, that's right. Like whatever moral, social restraints you put on yourself, don't expect me to do the same. Sorry, disclaimer. But anyways, the next topic. Oh, I need some advice with tech. I need a video card. If somebody can point me in that direction or wants to walk me through it, and I can show you the inside of my computer type thing and sort of see where we go. I have a tech buddy that's going to help me build it, order it, that type of thing. Video cards aren't his strong point either, so he's sort of at a little bit of a loss. So if anybody wants to help me out with that.
Talking about graphics cards?
Yeah. GPUs.
Okay, so I mean, according to the this is just my personal knowledge. Anyone that wants to talk on this, please come up. The hardware requirements, at least for Decentraland, I believe was like an RTX 560 or 570, which I believe Crypto Tengu kind of runs, and it is a little bit on the minimum spec side, so it will run a bit slow. One of my PCs currently runs a 1080 graphics card, just 1080, not the TI. And it seems to run fine. Sometimes I have a little lagginess, but it's fine. And I believe the 1080s right now are a bit on the cheaper side. Possibly get one for around $200-300. And then currently, I'm running a 30. I probably should have asked you for your budget before suggesting. What is the budget?
not to interrupt you there, because this is probably information other people need to know too. But you can answer me offline if you want, just to sort of let them move on. But that's, I think that's it on my list as far as to just sort of bring up. But yeah, that Vertex, it's going to be the cheapest way. Like Denver Donkey's doing a piece, and his pieces I don't even think are for sale. And then Serena Ellis's, hers are like 0.1 ETH. So I mean, it's like it's going to be the easiest, cheapest way to get a piece of art from like 4 different Decentralanders, basically. Anyways,
hey Dom, is that the Vertex? Is that Vertex Volume 2?
Yeah, Series 2. So this
Series
is
2.
starting tomorrow with Serena Ellis at the Dollhouse at the what is it? Spatial. High CC is streaming it there too. So 2 metaverses. It'll be a big deal. You'll want one. Sort of history right here.
Heck yeah! When are they going to be on sale?
I think Gucci said he's posting it today, so sometime here soon, I'd assume. But anyways, thank you all. I love the support. I was like, who was it? Seed? Are they still here? Yeah, she was talking last time, and like, I'm so much in line with that. Like, I've sort of just hung out for a year and enjoyed the content, and like year and a half now or whatever. And I've just sort of like, I got some land, and it's like, why not build some stuff, make some content? That's part of the video card thing, is I can't build right now. My computer's too grindy trying to build. So I'm just sort of growing weeds at the moment. But anyways, yeah, I'm working on it, and thank you all, and see you later.
Did I go too nerd on you?
Oh no, you're fine. Like, I probably need it in text though, just to sort of like retain it, type of thing.
Yeah, possibly. There was a lot of like digits and shit being thrown around. Especially, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'll message you for sure. Let's see, passing the mic over to DeFi Block. My apologies for taking so long. Your arm must be tired. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I don't have to literally hold my hand up, so I can just be like that all day, man. And I know there's other people in the space too, so it's all good. I'm actually playing some COD right now, so it's all right.
So it was good. Just patiently waiting.
Yep. So, but what I did want to say is, when you compare metaverses, Sandbox and Meta, Decentraland, I actually like Decentraland because of the open sea and everything that Decentraland is doing compared to other metaverses. And when I'm in Meta's Horizon Worlds and I'm telling people about Decentraland and how it's my favorite.
Are we still waiting?
It's my favorite. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Scott.
I was just saying, when I'm telling people about Decentraland and other metaverses, they don't really know about it, and that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me how you're in the metaverse but you don't know about Decentraland. You know what I mean? There should be some type of cross bridge between metaverses, right? And how are you guys kind of building in this bear market?
Well, I mean, we don't look at markets. I think the coin term I've heard from my friend Alpha and probably a few others has been, it's a build-a-bear market. We just building. We don't look at mana. We don't look at the prices. We're in all honesty, it's kind of beautiful because back in, let's say, the beginning of 2022, it was a very cutthroat space. Everyone was in here just trying to, take from each other and, make their money, coming in for all the wrong reasons and whatnot.
Yeah,
and kind
I
of like
remember when it was like everybody was competing for the best metaverse. Which metaverse is the best, you know? And I feel like that competition didn't really spur anything.
It didn't. It was more of harm than good. In all honesty, like it should be the metaverse should be looked at as more of a like, you know, it's a collect. The definition of it is a collection of worlds, and what kind of like the culture should be is instead of going against each other, like, oh, other side is better than Decentraland and vice versa, whatever. There should be some collaboration instead, some, you know, hype, because like at the end of the day we're all working towards the same thing.
Yeah, because I've met some sandbox, you know, people in the digital real estate and sandbox builders, and I'm like, have you guys ever been to Decentraland? And they're like, no, that's not the metaverse that I'm in. I said, what about the Meta Quest, Facebook's Meta Quest Pro? They said, nah, like I'm just sticking to sandbox. And it's like, you know, if you're building in the metaverse, why not build on other platforms?
So here's the beauty about Decentraland. Like I've spoken to like my share of like coders and modelers and creators around the space, and what the most renowned ones, the ones with like kind of the most exposure to like building and, you know, actually being sustainable in this space, they all say that if you can do Decentraland, you can do any metaverse, due to like how like not complicated, but kind of like at first Decentraland's limitations really throw people off. Like a lot of people do like come in, look at Decentraland assets and they say, oh, I can do better. But in all reality, once they look at the limitations, they come back and they say, oh, Decentraland is shit. But little do they know that like learning Decentraland would expand their knowledge for every other field within metaverse creation.
Yeah, because, you know, I really think that each metaverse has their own different, unique take on it. Like Sandbox is different than Decentraland, right? But they both have a native token. And, you know, if you're comparing Sandbox with Decentraland, I mean, they're similar, right? I just don't see why somebody would pick Sandbox over Decentraland, or, you know, even vice versa. Especially the MetaQuest Pro is what they're building for developers. The MetaQuest Pro developer toolkit is one of the best that I've seen in regards to like graphics and stuff. But, you know, I mean, where do you think the space is going in 2024?
So before I answer that, I want to like go back to kind of you had made a comment that like everyone is in their own metaverse, and and I kind of wanted like to kind of mention that like every metaverse platform is its own experience. Like here in Decentraland, like Decentraland is mainly, or at least in my eyes, maybe someone can like smack me upside the head and change my mind. It is a social networking platform that where creators come to you know, share their art, network, create, collaborate, talk to each other. When on the other side, Sandbox is a game, literally. Like, you know, the builder, I guess, builds the experience within their land, and that is the, you know, the experience, the game. But there isn't really like a community aspect or community feel to it, where like, you know, you could just show up to a parcel with a bunch of friends and vibe or whatever, do some stupid shit. And so then to your question, where do we see like it was your question, where do we see metaverse in general
Like future?
in 5 years,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. Pretty
Decentraland?
much. Not even 5 years, man, because a lot could happen in 5 years. But I mean, within this year, next year.
Ooh, I
Like
oh,
how
okay.
is the space changing so that it gets better? Because I feel like it's kind of been stagnant the last 2 years.
I mean, we just came out of a bull run, and in all honesty, at least as far as the Decentraland goes, it's like, we have updates pushed. They may seem very minimal, but for the people that have like been involved in the platform, it means so
Because
much. Like for
would you
example,
say that there's more losses in numbers? Like there's less people, less daily users, less people building, and less people actually being profitable.
Most definitely. Right now in the space, it's really hard to be profitable. Like the people that are here are the people that are here to create their own brand, network, and
Right, because
actually
if I
believe.
can go into Decentraland and make money, then that opens up a world of possibilities.
Yep, and you can come into Decentraland and make money, but the thing is that should not be your primary goal. Your primary goal of like being on Decentraland in this bear market should be to create and to set the foundation for the next bull run, or who knows, like set the foundation for even your own personal community.
Can I jump in here 1 second? Just because I think that for me, it's worth noting that like the community aspect is what really makes a metaverse. Like if I went to another metaverse and made a bunch of money but didn't have a community, that would just be a really sterile business transaction. And for some people, that's what this is for. They're going to make money. That's fine. But I think ultimately my goal, hopefully, is that it's the people. Like you come for whatever you come for, but you stay because the people. Like honestly, if you guys want to go to another metaverse, I'm just going to follow y'all because that's really what it's about. And another point, I heard this recently. Somebody said like the decline in DCL, and I'm like, well, what do you like? How do we define decline? Because like we just came out with DCL Worlds, like we just came out with emotes, we just came out with like a new way to look at our our wearables. Like there's like we're in a bear market, everything is down, but there's some shit being built here that like is pretty mind-blowing, and really like if you look at humanity as a whole, like we've got a DAO, like we've got a decentralized decision-making platform that we're growing. So I think that everybody's going to define it differently, but I don't know. I think DeFi, if that answers like a little bit too, just
Sort of.
we're building.
Yeah, sort of.
And
yeah, that's great that you guys are doing new things and continuing to build. That's great. I'm just saying, regardless of how you look at it, the Web3 space is all about money. It's the society, it's the world that we live in. It's a capitalistic world that we live in. That's just the truth of the matter.
I agree. It's the truth of the matter when we're talking about like what we see in real life. But here, like here in Web3, we're trying to break out of the norm. We're disruptors. That's why we're here. So, with that being said, like we are gonna change shit up, and hopefully, if we can't, at least we put up a good fight. But we're gonna keep fighting for like the world that we want to be in. Like for example, we had Kanessa and I in this Twitter space on our second space ever. We had one of the Decentraland founders come in, and those were his exact words. He kind of said that that the Decentraland is the Decentraland Foundation is there to give the user what they want. They're only here to they want us to project the vision of the world we want to see.
And also, I think it's worth noting, to make money, how do we know we're not making money right now? It might be what we're doing right now that we're making money in a year from now or 2 years from now. Like I think that I don't know. I always tell myself it doesn't matter what I do in the bull market. It matters what I did in the bear market. Because right now is when you're building your packing your bags. so that when the bull market comes, you can hopefully take
So
profit, sell at the top.
yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the disruptor culture because I'm a disruptor myself in the metaverse. But do you really think the disruptor culture is good for the space, like short term or long term?
Short term, good. I feel like within short term we set our foundations, and then long term we could long term we're developing this Web3 culture.
I mean, long term, if you stay disruptor, I feel like it's you're gonna, it's a bad road,
Exactly.
and that's exactly my point that I'm trying to make is you can't be a disruptor long term. I get it short term, but something's got to change eventually.
Yep. I mean, at the current state, like that is kind of like the move, because I mean, all this metaverse, Web3, crypto mumbo jumbo, as the masses say, it's all fairly new. Like all this technology, there has never been a world built on a blockchain before. Decentraland being the first of its kind, and there's going to be many others to follow. With that said, there's a possibility that Decentraland is not going to be the metaverse, but we and in the future there might be another platform that comes out that will provide sustainability and that monetary aspect that kind of you had asked for, or kind of mentioned. I don't know how to pronounce. Oh, there it is. Are you in? Are you the in? Dr. Doge, how are you? I see your hand up.
What's up? Yes. No, I just kind of I've been kind of listening here, and I don't know. I just kind of, I guess, putting my 2 cents in. I'm more of, if anybody's familiar with me, I'm not really into Decentraland. I'm more of like the VR side of things. I kind of live in VR, but no, I've done work for people like from Decentraland, especially Crypto Novo. If you're even familiar with him, like you'll even know like his build that's there. Somebody mentioned this earlier about like connecting things, like going from one to another. He's actually for the last couple of months had his in a VR build that we've been making several variations from. And you could pretty much, if you were in VR, you could just click a link and it connects you straight to the Decentraland build. There's several other people as well going from, I guess, what you would call web-based metaverses, things like Decentraland, Crypto Voxel, Spatial, On Cyber, right? And essentially they're making portals in their worlds where if you wanted to go to a Decentraland part, you would just walk through that and then bam, it'll open it up, go into the next thing, you're in Decentraland. So I mean, there's little things like that, and I don't know, I can't really, I guess, talk too much on that style of things because I have been in Decentraland several times. Like, and I love it. It is a different, it's a different aspect. Like each metaverse does bring their own unique, like feel to the table, unique set of tools, everything. For me personally, like I use just Neos pretty much because I can make a copy or bring in almost anything if it's got the models for it from Decentraland or Crypto Voxels or these other ones and make like digital copies and make things like that. No Unity needed because it's pretty much like all done in game. Whereas some places, and when I say like all done in game, it would be like you going into Decentraland and not having to use Blender or Unity or anything because it's all built into that right there. You see what I mean? So that's what I mean by, I guess, maybe it's not necessarily being biased, but it is. I think what we're going to start seeing in the next at least year or two, even with some of these platforms that aren't necessarily virtual, I think you're going to start seeing a lot of them coming out with actual means for this, right? Means of branching off more than just that with a web base. And we're seeing that with Decentraland. They've got a client now. They've got a lot more stuff that whether or not you'd like to just use that web-based stuff like that. Eventually, for having, no matter what it is, you can only do so much in that type of, format right there, which is a lot. But that's where I do see a lot of these places going into it. Sandbox, that is like a game. You can't just, to my knowledge, hop in there and go just, whatever all over. You can build it on your property, build it in there, whereas Decentraland is more of that open state. You can do whatever you want to. You could build the games into it. You could build a whole world around side of it. But I definitely kind of see it taking that route. I mean, people talk about disruption and this or that. I mean, hate it or like it, depending on whatever Yuga Labs has coming out with that. I'm not saying it's like a killer gonna take away from everything else, but if they mess around and they got to the point where you can literally do everything that the Sandbox or Decentraland or this, right? And then they open that up to give it to creators, that probably will be a little bit disruptive for a moment in time, depending on how successful it is. So I don't know if that kind of something to keep an eye or just like to look on, but that's about the only thing that I could see really, really, really causing any kind of disruption, near-term, future, anything like that. Possibly even long-term, depending on how successful it is. But, I mean, we see all the apes, we see this and that. How many people actually will go in there and use it, right? Out of that big of a collection. That's a big thing that has to think about, too. You can have 10,000 people, but if only 100 people are using it, I don't know. I'm kind of going on a rant here. My bad.
You're totally right, though.
But like I said, yeah, it's just a different way of looking things. Like I said, because I come from that VR side of stuff, so I'm normally inside of a headset, accessing all of these places from there too. So, yeah.
One day soon you'll be able to jump into Decentraland through your VR. And who knows, maybe even from an actual like Web 2 VR chat into a Web 3 platform. You never know.
Oh, dude, that's what I mean. Like, you can do that now. Like, inside the headset. You can literally pull it up, and it pulls it up inside your screens inside of there, and you access Decentraland from your VR headset. Like, you can pop it up
It's live?
Yeah, like live. Yeah, like that's most of the time when we'd have shows and stuff like in there, we'd go through from Decentraland for multi-metaverses, like coming in. I just pulled the live stream in straight from what he's going. I'd click on like pretty much, I'd have Novo's headset up in there, and when you'd click on the nose, it would open up and ask you, it says, hey, you're about to enter into, this whatever page, and it brings it up on whether you've got a giant PC, whether you've got a fucking outdoor movie theater screen. You can put it wherever you'd want it to, and then you got full control. You can bring up a virtual keyboard, everything. You can go straight into it, have it completely surrounding you, and that's what I mean. Like it's different. Like even if the Decentraland platform itself, like some people may seem like, oh, well, it's not building enough. The people that are there within Decentraland and these other places, they're gonna build regardless, regardless of limitations. There's people finding ways to take their Decentraland stuff and incorporate it into other places, So yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good few years, especially at the rate things are going. So many people are figuring stuff out, new ways to do stuff. Where regardless of the platform, that it's going to be nuts.
DeFi, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, there's an app called Spatial. I'm not sure if you guys are on Spatial or heard of Spatial. And it's on the mobile. You can go on Spatial on your phone. You can go on Spatial on your PC. And I actually got into Spatial in VR. So Spatial was the first app that I used in VR and also on my mobile. So it's cross-platform in that way, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about Spatial as a its own metaverse.
Like spatial is considered a metaverse within the bounds of the word metaverse, but what spatial is not is a Web3 metaverse. They operate off of kind of like a Web 2 business model, They have like a yearly subscription of $30, I believe, for so you can have like more space within your your world or whatever. But it is not like considered on the Web3 end of things. What I consider spatial being is a great onboarding tool for metaverse in general, and you can see it even like to this day that like whenever the majority of companies that are start looking into metaverse, they are like they start by looking at spatial first because it caters to what their current needs are, and then possibly once like they're onboarded, who knows, perhaps maybe they might branch out and explore
Because
more
if
worlds.
spatial incorporated Web3, in NFTs, cryptocurrencies on multiple different marketplaces, then I think spatial would be like a leader in the metaverse space. But
Totally.
I don't see them incorporating. I don't see them having plans to incorporate anything yet. I'm sure they're thinking about it, obviously, but I guess it's just a matter of how, rather than when. So, I'm
Yep.
expecting.
I mean, I'm sure they look over on our side of things and they're like, "Damn, we need a marketplace. We need wearables and stuff like that." But yeah, you did kind of like. I wonder if they'll incorporate the crypto side of things, or will all these wearables and stuff just be like purchasable through USD?
Because in 5 years, I mean, I think they're all going to be Web3. You know what I mean?
It's coming. It's inevitable. I agree.
And we
Definitely.
have
It's
had
great.
some. Oh, go ahead, Anna.
Oh no, my bad. No, definitely. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, a couple months ago we had I believe the first like cross metaverse platform party where we had the DCL Baby Dollhouse in Decentraland had a party, and then there was a party in Spatial, and so on our screen we got to see everybody in Spatial, and then on their screen they were seeing everybody in Decentraland at the Dollhouse. And so that was a really cool way of interacting because there were spatial people here, there were spatial Decentraland people there, and I believe the event on Thursday is also going to be cross metaverse platform. We're going to be having, it's kind of the same thing where it's bridging different, like the two different metaverses, and so I think that those are happening more and more. Where like I used to think, nope, like Decentraland, I'm going to die on this hill. It's one or none. Like, I'm just going to go down with this ship. But now I have a much more open mind that, like, why not have all of them? Like, a couple of the people here, like CK Bubbles down in the crowd, she does a weekly space with Shelly, who I see drop down. But I think it's just much more collaborative, like where we can all be one, or like as Existential is coming up to tell us, probably not metaverses, but we're all one metaverse. Existential, is that what you're going to tell me?
No, but you're right. The metaverse is going to be one open area without any of these hindrances going from one to the next. But I wanted to mention that I had on International Internet Day back in October, the first, as far as I know, the first ever multi-platform Twitter space. I actually had myself for Decentraland, High CC from Spatial. I had a representative from Monaverse, NFT Oasis from Altspace VR, and we had one of the crypto droids from Crypto Voxels as well, all get together and talk about these exact things, about, every platform. That's what they want. They want interconnectability, or interoperability. My thing is, until the devs actually get together to make that happen, I don't see it happening. That's just my thought.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely has to come, from them. But just kind of like Scott's doing right now, like he's building it on his own, and then he's going to show them, like he's building his search term or his index, and then that's a use case. So yeah, they do have to build it, but it is interesting when we can find ways to kind of prove it. Actually, like that's what we should be doing: prove that it's needed, prove that it's viable, and then give it to them and be like, all right. Now we need you to help us get it to the finish line.
But DeFi was asking about 2024. That's what I picture. By then, we should have something more close to that. Especially how fast Web3 goes. I mean, everything happens almost in a blink of an eye. And you got VR coming into the mix, more AR as well.
Thank you for coming up and answering his question. I just realized I never really answered. I gave him the politician talk and answered around. And to tell you the truth, I'm happy that you came up and answered, like gave your point of view on like the overall space, because I was over here thinking a little smaller on just like 2024 for Decentraland, and I was gonna kind of say optimization. I feel like this might be a year where we might see a bit more optimization within our our home world, at least.
But also to answer possibly one of his questions, this is how I look at it. I look at it as I reside basically. I don't own land, but I reside in Decentraland. And I do like to go to other places, and it's all just like in real life. You have a home in one state, you like to go on vacation other places. And each of those places have something they're more geared towards. You mentioned how you felt spatial is Web 2 corridor to Web 3, so to speak. I see spatial as more the gallery type thing. It's great. It's really, really great for displaying your NFTs. I see Decentraland as one that encompasses everything. Not just it is a big social one as well, but I feel we got the games. You can display your NFTs. You can sell, that kind of thing. I just feel Decentraland encompasses everything that the metaverse is going to hold.
Most definitely, yeah. Decentraland will. Yeah, like you just noticed, there's games, there's events, there's all types of cool things that like there's wearable aspects of everything creating. It definitely does touch base on everything. Yeah, usually I like to use like say this the social networking platform due to its like current state, because on Decentraland the games aren't the main part about it. It's, in all honesty, I feel, this is my personal opinion, I feel like it's the people. DeFi, you want to jump in?
Yeah. Before I actually got immersed into the metaverse for the first time, I actually thought that the metaverse was VR. So, and boy, was I wrong about that. But I figured Decentraland would be in VR through the Oculus Quest 2 headset, and it wasn't. So, do you guys think Decentraland should come out with their own VR headset, maybe?
Oh my god, that would be my dream if they did.
That would be sick. I have some unique perspective here. I actually just jumped in because I wanted to talk about that before you even brought it up. Sorry if I'm repeating something. I just jumped in the call, so I'm not sure what's exactly been talked about here so far. But
hi, Morph.
Hey guys, yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, we're just glad to have you, Morph. You can talk about anything you want.
I'm actually
Thanks for
supposed
being
to be at work right now, so I usually miss these. But I saw you guys talking about this stuff and piqued my curiosity, so I grabbed a meeting room. But I just wanted to touch real quick on this kind of concept of like metaverse VR and especially like what Decentraland does and doesn't do. And been running through some ideas with some guys recently, like external to Decentraland, about how VR is like really tricky to get right. Because first of all, you've got the hardware side, which, like you say, is amazing. But I mean, Meta's, they've poured like billions of dollars into that, and other companies too for the last 10, 15 years. I mean, trying to get that field right, and it's not an easy field, right? Like it's really, really difficult, and people have burnt a lot of money there. And so I think the question is like, what does Decentraland do right, and like how are we leveraged to kind of like take advantage of VR? And I don't think we really have an edge in like the hardware, unfortunately. I got to be honest, I don't really think we have an edge in like the client. Like the front-facing front-end client is not really set up to do VR right now. However, where we have like a huge edge in VR is that we have these entire back-end systems, whether it's user systems or whether it's content systems, like the land and like the stuff that gets deployed to land and all these kind of interactions. And so I've been speaking with some guys about how like kind of the concept of maybe we can just take the Decentraland back-end and connect it to other metaverses in the way that you could have like multiple different portals to Decentraland that are all, talking to each other, and they can show like the users from every single one. And so maybe an idea is taking something like Hyperfi, which I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with, but Hyperfi is basically a WebXR metaverse, and they do room-based experiences very similar to VR chat. And the idea would be that if you can kind of take that Hyperfi engine, which it's written in Node.js, which is the exact same language that we write, the kind of the Decentraland Node engine on as well. So it's all compatible. You could mix those JavaScript libraries. You could kind of like combine the data they use and like bring it all together into Hyperfi and have, for example, like maybe one of the casinos, maybe like DG Casino, could set up a Hyperfi room that is just the Decentraland casino, and then get the user APIs like talking to each other. So you'll see non-VR users as well as VR users. And the reason that I want to bring that up is like I think everyone should think about this is like, that's a framework and a platform that we have no control over, that like we wouldn't really be like the leaders of it or like in charge of it, because Hyperfi is doing their own thing. But by bringing these two metaverses together, maybe we could have like a VR client with very minimal amounts of work. And I mean, speaking to the Hyperfi guys, they even mentioned like they want to do this. Like it's interesting to them. They think it's a good use case. They just don't, they don't have the time and the resources to kind of jump on it right now. But I think when we think of like grants and like metaverse, like VR, I think that could be like an option, right? Like we don't need to spend millions of dollars to like hire a game studio to build a VR client. Let's find someone who's already done it and give them a reason to incorporate with our data and to mix and merge that data together. And then I think we'll see the metaverse will go like really quickly, right? Because the speed at which like open source stuff can move is so much faster than a closed company. Anyways, yeah, I've been simmering on that for ages, so I just wanted to dump on you guys. I hope that made sense. And,
real quick, that right there. I'm not sure if you're familiar, if you know the M3 org or the Metaverse crew and stuff, from the Webiverse, or Jen, Dank VR and them, met them a long back, but along those kind of same lines, like using Hyperfi, using spatial stuff like this, they've been kind of doing that, not necessarily with Decentraland, but yeah, pretty much having those builds there, having it into that, making it to that VR section from there. Kind of similar to what you were just describing there, going in and it pulls pretty much like the API and the systems from all that back channels to kind of make it, into one and pulling. But from Neos, we've kind of into that's similar to how the Decentraland, the portal build goes from there. You would pretty much just essentially goes through, and when it clicks, like, whether it's leading you and taking you straight into the Hyperfi, which would be the copy or whatever that is, it is leading it into, and it has. There are people doing it now, but like you said, there's not enough like there and to be able to get it going as smoothly as it should probably be. But it is absolutely possible. It's going to be exciting to see it coming to fruition like that here soon.
Totally. And I want to shout out the group you mentioned, M3. So M3 org is great. I'm not quite a member, but I've been in that Discord quite a while, and I've learned a lot there. And like they're kind of doing like a more bird's eye view of the metaverse. Like they're looking at all the platforms and trying to figure out how all these platforms can kind of come together alongside things like you said, like Webiverse. And I've seen some really great stuff from those guys. Like they're all really good VR devs. So yeah, super excited there.
Have either of you guys heard of the Metaverse Standards platform?
I don't think I have.
I think I might have heard of a couple of them, but I know, like as the usual with standards, I know there's a few groups and they all kind of have different ideas right now. So I'm curious like, where that's going.
This one's comprised of some major players at Microsoft, Adobe, the W3. I mean, you name it, they're in there, putting together what is supposed to be. They're not defining the metaverse. What they're doing is getting the what's needed for an interoperable metaverse, one metaverse to exist. That's about all I can tell you. They're associated with a company called XRSI, who are basically the metaverse gurus, I guess, who also had a metaverse safety week just last month. That was kind of interesting.
I haven't actually heard of that one. I'm gonna look into that right now.
Same. This is pretty wild.
But also to DeFi about the VR, yes, to me the metaverse anyway is one big open space that you can almost literally sit down to a piano and play, or pick up a guitar and play and interact with people. You can shake hands, you can hug. That's how I see it.
I highly suggest if anyone here like does have VR having this, try out Neos VR if you haven't already, or even a Somnium Space too as well. It's still kind of like that in depth, but I'd say out of every place I've been to so far, every metaverse, even Zuckerberg's no leg having anything, Neos is probably the closest that I've seen to that, like that you just described. I mean, it doesn't matter. You start off, you could literally build your whole blank world and then go up and you could pick up guitars, you could grab a bottle of beer and drink it. You could just walk up, it doesn't matter. You pull out a bow and go shoot an archery. I mean, anything that you could imagine, it's pretty much like in that sense, full open world capacity. And that's pretty much allows for everything else too, to branch off into other places. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Can you pin that?
For Neos VR? Yeah, sure. I mean, if it's possible, if that's okay with y'all, I could definitely have some stuff. That we could pin up.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. We'd love
Awesome.
that. Thank you.
I love exploring them all.
Awesome. Let's go. Okay, I guess this will be I'll give a good example too. If this is just a tutorial basically, and I say it's a but it gives you an idea of what it is. So bringing in different models, everything that you see in the background of that right there in that one video is pretty much I brought in and added into that world inside of a VR headset and set up, from the dragon to everything in the background. You don't need Unity or Blender or anything like that, even though you can incorporate Blender. So like if you have a Blender project or a Unity project, you could drop it in there. But when it comes to coding, like if you wanted to have a game machine or like an arcade machine or a slot machine that, you would have to go into Unity and program that to work. If you're inside the VR headset, you would just use the logic system, and right there inside the headset, it's like, bam, just input values. If you know coding or even if you don't know any of that stuff, there's pretty much a whole tutorial section with like every tutorial ever made from people in there. You have access to like every asset that's in the game. That's pretty much like open source free. If it's public, people used it. There's a little search menu, just bam, and it pops right out whatever you need. Like it's nuts. See, I pop out some more.
I've started a list of all the different platforms that I've come across and find, whether they're open or in the process thereof. And I've not heard of that one, so thank you. I've got like 31 of them currently.
Holy crap, that's a
definitely, yeah.
lot, dude.
Yes, it's nice.
It surprised the hell out of me, too.
I just wanted to jump in here, if I can, to answer. I think it was Dr. Doge that you were asking if you can go onto Decentraland on a Quest 2, and you can. There's a Quest 2 client that was developed by Sean Ong, and he applied for a grant through the DCL DAO. The same team applied for another grant, and it did not pass. But the initial grant, so it's basically an alpha. I've got a Quest 2. I've gone to multiple locations in Decentraland using my Oculus Quest 2. So it is possible. I was just thinking about this the other day. People bemoan the fact that there is no, you can't go onto mobile for Decentraland, and yeah, you can. I mean, once my Oculus is charged up, I can walk all around the room with it on. So it is a mobile device that I can surf Decentraland on. So anyway, I just wanted to add that just to make sure that information got out there. And hey, Morph, how's it going?
Hey, good to see you.
Thank you, Scott. DeFi, your hand is up.
Yeah, I did a metaverse documentary, and one thing that I put in there was Twitter, the Twitterverse. Web3 Twitter.
The Twitterverse, yes.
Right. Web 2 Twitter, Web 3 Twitter. The difference is there. And then, what's the Twitterverse in a year or two? And what I would like is I would like to be in a Twitter space in VR. So, imagine being in VR and you can be in a Twitter space and you could be walking around Decentraland all in VR, And I think that would be a really, really fun experience.
This is the whole conversations I would love to have a whole space dedicated to. This is awesome. I'm sorry. I'm loving every minute of it.
Start it up. Do it.
Well,
yeah.
I've been in talks with High CC and NFT Oasis about a possible another one with reps from different locations. Hopefully I could get some more, because I should have had like up to 9 that responded that was going to be there, including somebody from XRSI, but I was very happy with the turnout that did make it. So
it's essential. I hear Saturdays are very dead on Decentraland. Maybe weekly events.
It was a Saturday. I had the first one too, so I'll have to see what I can do. I'll start putting it together again.
And DeFi, just to say, like we do stream this into Decentraland. So Decentraland was kind of glitchy today, so we've all been like spread like seeds to the wind. But usually there's a group of us who are on Parcel, listening to this space. Sinful streams it through Twitch, and so it's kind of like a triangle to get it there from Twitter to Twitch to Decentraland. But if you ever do want to listen in world, we're at -89, -85, and that's where we are every week. And try to put a different build in each week to keep everybody entertained.
And also, yeah, these Twitter spaces happen every Wednesday at noon. So if you ever just want to jump back in and listen, or come up and speak, you're always welcome. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, my bad. I was just gonna mention about the Twitter space and stuff, like being inside of there, being like in Decentraland VR. I don't know, depending on like I don't know if I'm sure with the iPhone or something else, but I know I have like the Samsung, and I just use like if I'm in the headset or if I'm doing that stuff there, like in the metaverses on spaces, I'll connect wirelessly with Samsung decks, like the phone straight up to the PC, and then it'll go through and I can control everything on there from there inside the head. So that if anybody, that's just a way that you could possibly do it now at the moment too, if you're in a headset and going about it like that. Just and whatever. I guess I'm sure Apple, if you have iPhone, has a method as well that would be similar. So yep.
Thank you for sharing. And I'm just blown away that we still have so many people here after 4 hours and 25 minutes. You have done a good job, Kanessa.
I try.
Just a quick reset. Make sure to like and retweet the room if you haven't already. Follow some people around here if you're about them. We're all, for the most part, a lot of what's our official name? Decentralites.
Yeah. Or Decentralanders? I don't know. I think Decentralites.
Might be, yes.
I think controversy on that.
Are we having an internal community battle?
I've used that term, and then people enunciated very clearly Decentralanders. I think Decentralites rolls off the tongue much easier, but that's just my opinion. And just a quick correction on my list of platforms, Neos would make 42. It's not 31. Currently at 42.
Oh God, it's longer than we thought. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, saying that's that's a list. Yeah, that's wild.
Like I'm trying to like sit here and think like, can I name even like 10 metaverses or metaverse platforms in my like off the top of my head? And I don't think so. I mean, I'd be struggling to get to 10 even if I do list 10.
Same. I don't even know if that.
Would you like to name a few? I can name a few, and not including ones that you probably already know.
Yeah. Name a few from like the middle of your list or closer to the end.
Okay, so Upland, Income Island, Next Earth, Blocktopia, Star Atlas.
Oh, Star Atlas, yes. Wait, that's yeah. I thought that was a game.
And the one I'm looking forward to opening, actually they're opening it up to a limited amount of people, and I have some land in, is Cryptoverse VIP. That one's going to be very similar to what I believe I picture the metaverse to be. Pavia, Immersed. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so you had mentioned one called Income Land. I'm not gonna like a rug. I not spend any if anyone is here from there. Just the name. It's a little.
That is my exact same feeling as well. Horrible name, but the detail in the homes is amazing. That's all I can tell you. I've not been able to get back in there. It's a Microsoft web browser based, but they also are going to be there's a project called Meta Rides, and what they're doing is they're creating vehicles that can be interoperable from one platform to the next, and one of their base locations is going to be in this Income Island, which again is just absolute worst name you could ever come up with, I think.
But what if I need income? Can I go there and just get the income? Because I want to have the income.
I think you can spend your income.
Damn. Okay. I've got Decentraland for that. I mean, I don't need another place to put my money.
Well, just everyone's beautiful wearables, huh, Kanessa?
Yeah, yep. It's everybody's fault right here.
DeFi?
Income land might rug, but speaking of like metaverses that rug, there was a project somebody was working on in a Twitter space called the Tropyverse, and they were selling land, and they were saying they're making their own metaverse and things like that, and the project rugged. So
When did it rug?
Huh?
They're still.
Oh, you have heard of the Tropyverse?
Yes, they're on my list. They were actually one of their representatives was part. I forgot to mention them. They were part of my Twitter space
Yeah,
I had.
one of their founders have rugged. So I mean, it's not like people are making new metaverses like that's a new thing, but metaverse rug now that's the thing. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, of course, that's definitely. But I still see them tweet out. That's so I'll have to look into that because that would be a shame.
I mean, like shit happens within groups and stuff like that. Who, for all we know, maybe I'm not saying it is, just in the realm of possibility. Maybe it did rug by one of the founders, but community member or someone involved in the team up and took over and is trying to do right by its holders. So there's always those possibilities.
As you can see my profile, I'm in a group called Education Maxis because what I've learned as a Web3 developer over the last few years is the most important thing in Web3 is education. A lot of people are buying and selling cryptocurrencies and NFTs, but they don't know the difference between proof of work and proof of stake blockchain protocols, right? And once somebody rugs, it's very difficult to earn their reputation back from that. So I'm putting together a derug educational course, and the whole thing about derugging is once you rug, how can you earn that reputation back? Because there's a lot of trust lost there. You know what I mean?
Damn, that is sick. Thank you for yeah, now I'm clicking on your name, DeFi Blockchain University. Education. I like. We'll be in touch. Here's your follow.
Let me ask this: is that actually considered a rug if it wasn't intentional?
Well, most rugs are unintentional, right? I mean, it's not like everybody comes up in front and says, I'm gonna fraud you guys or scam you guys, right?
Okay, let me try it this way. If you just disappear, that's what I considered a rug, I guess, because I know there's failing. I've not really heard of too many people trying to, build back up. Most of what I hear is they disappear and you don't ever hear from them
Well,
again.
let's take it from a startup perspective. There's a lot of startups. 9 out of 10 startups fail. Actually, 1 in a million startups really succeed, and it's because of co-founders. The co-founders have an idea, they build a business, and as soon as they start becoming profitable, then they got to figure out how do they pay employees and do taxes and all this other stuff. And most of the time, there's going to be a co-founder separation where not everybody can get paid equally, right? And then that becomes a problem. And then, the project doesn't necessarily rug, but there is the co-founders fail to be transparent about things also.
So I'm checking out this Neo's VR, and just FYI, trying to create an account, and it says too many account registrations. Please try again later.
You're out of my realm of expertise. I can't help.
Well, if I get successful, I'll let some of you guys know how it turns out.
Totally. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, also to back to DeFi, and you know, just being connected in the Decentraland community building Discord. There is actually a channel that they have made in order for other platforms to promote their events that they're having as well. I thought that should be noted.
Totally. Thank you for bringing that up. Definitely. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted. I see that Canessa's thing is like talking, but I'm not hearing any voice.
What? Am I talking?
Oh, okay. Never mind. On my thing, you're not muted. It has like your voice thingies right next to your host name.
Hopefully I wasn't talking to myself, but I now I'll really go back to silence.
I don't know if you can get her to come up, but I was talking with Serena Ellis. If you recall, I did a poll not too long ago about trying to do an onboarding thing, whether it was the DAO that did it or the foundation, and I guess I described it kind of as a workshop, so to speak, to bring people in and teach them the tools that they would need in order to hopefully get them to stay in Decentraland. Because if they know they have the tools and they know how to use them, I felt that might keep more people as opposed to, you know, a one-time celebrity coming in and then taking with them most of the people that came in that day, or just using free wearables. I know she's working on something, I guess, similar, and looking forward to seeing what she comes up with.
Well, thank you, Existential. We have not gotten any requests, so I guess we could probably start to wind down. What do you think, Canessa?
Yep, and then we'll get 20 requests, so it's probably about that time.
It usually happens, you know, the slow spaces when we're like, okay, well, there's not really anything to talk about. No, everyone's quiet. Like within the first hour, we're like, okay, time to close down, and then we get rushed.
The rush. I think it's when their coffee kicks in, maybe.
Oh, that must be it. The coffee. Let's see. DeFi, any final thoughts before we close down?
I'm actually making some coffee right now.
Yum. I actually might make myself another cup here because I have not been to sleep. Take a nap. Yeah. Existential, final thoughts?
No. Too.
Well, thank you for being here, and also, you know, thank you for 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 the community. You've taken the initiative to do your welcoming, your Decentraland welcoming in every language, and that I feel like that was something that needed to be done, and it was like the perfect thing that you brought to Decentraland, the perfect contribution.
Thank you. I will mention I'm going to go on round 2. So if anybody would like to be included in that, be in one of the photos or whatever, and I'm going to do it a little kind of differently. And instead of giving them what I want translated, I'm going to ask them to give me however they would welcome somebody to Decentraland themselves. So we'll see a little bit different welcomes as well.
A little more personality.
Exactly.
I like it. Thank you, Existential. More final thoughts?
Howdy, boys. Yeah, so actually, while we've been talking in the meanwhile, I work at one of the bigger tech companies in America, and so I was looking into that metaverse standards thing we were talking about, and I will say there's actually quite a bit of internal movement on this stuff. These big companies are definitely aware of Decentraland. It looks like they're going pretty deep. They're investigating everyone that releases Decentraland plot of land, like JP Morgan and Fidelity. They're actually going there and looking at them and making reports on what those experiences are like. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of eyes on this stuff, guys. So we just got to keep at it, and next bull market, I think there'll be some really exciting things. So yeah, see you guys there.
More definitely. I totally agree with everything you just said. And personally, I have been in crypto, let's say, for I would say 3 bull runs and 3 bear markets now. And one thing I noticed, it mainly was a bigger indicator in the 2018 bear market than it was or begin of the dip than it was in 2014. But bigger companies like to come in when there's a lot of blood in the water, and even in 2018 and so forth, you were hearing about new companies buying in at least their little bits, making sure they get the good prices. They have the smart teams to kind of get them in at the price that they want. So, and even now, with this drop, you hear a lot about companies still coming in. There's still exposure, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Thank you more for your time. So as for me, thank you everyone for being here. Really appreciate all of your time here. Vanessa and I keep you here for about 4 to 5 hours every week on a Wednesday, and I know that some of you stay all the way through, so I really appreciate everyone's time. If DeFi or who was our net Doge, if you guys are around tonight, feel free to show up come into Decentraland at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm sorry, the Baby Dolls will be hosting their weekly Wag Me Wednesday party. Tonight the theme is yummy. Whatever that means to you, just wear it. And if you don't have any wearables, I suggest you send your wallet address to Canessa so that she can hook you up with some cool stuff. Sorry to just blast your wallet.
Are you going to be streaming that live on Twitch?
I to this point I don't know. I'm not too sure on my energy levels because I've been up all night typing away and stuff. So but possibly I should throw a stream on. I'll actually throw Simple Media in there, throw a stream. It will be broadcasting in the Decentraland community TV Twitch. So if you see that on, just you'll see us partying. thank you, everyone. And Kanessa, just take it away.
Yeah,
Lead
thank
us
you.
out of here.
I was gonna say something and I lost my thought. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been about tonight and Yummy, and we have donuts on the baby doll the literature, and so I was thinking I'd go as my name Downut and then like have a bunch of donuts on me. So I thought that would be good, but I might take it a different direction. But yeah, please come by.
Damn, do I have any yummy names? Fuck.
You might need to go mint some.
Right. It's jellyfish. I mean, jellyfish, I guess, is yummy, like we spoke earlier.
Yeah, 24 hours.
Yeah, 20. What is a Mew yummy?
It
Sorry.
looks like it could be a gummy bear. It could be made out of gummy bear material. I'm really surprised we don't have a gummy bear wearable. Why don't we have that?
I think there was a shirt like back in December, January, February made last year. Made
Yes.
That was like called The Gummies Made Me Do It, or the
Yes.
fuck, was it like that?
Yep. And then it's the gummies made me do it. It had a gummy bear on it, and then it had coordinates. I got airdropped a bunch of those, and so I had them for a while. They were like my gray CCC hats, but I think they're all gone now. So, yeah.
Maybe bring back that idea, make it bigger.
Yes, good idea. Good idea. Yeah, so come on out to the dollhouse tonight, and hopefully we'll see you all there. And just
All right. Thank you everyone for being here. Everyone was amazing. I really appreciate your time. I see that we have 8 viewers, so let's raid someone. Let's put a smile on someone's face on Twitch. Perhaps maybe there'll even be a new performer one day on Decentraland. So let's hype someone up.